Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled, for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us for all generations.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, can I ask all members to please join me in welcoming the students of St. Gabriel's RC School and the Southeast Port of Spain Secondary. Thank you all very much to our esteemed guests. Please welcome, and you all have been greeted in true tradition of parliamentary style. Thank you all very much. I trust and hope that you will enjoy today's sitting whilst you are here. And that's not such a sotto voce sort of suggestion to all the honourable members gathered in this house. As the old admonition usually says, the school children are looking on. To all members, thank you all very much. Welcome.
Urgent questions.
Member for Aruca-Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Homeland Security. Given recent reports that an aircraft transporting explosives has been landed at the Piarco International Airport, what immediate security measures have been implemented at the airport to ensure safety and security of staff and members of the public?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, thank you for the question from the member for Aruca-Lopino. Mr. Speaker, shortly after 6 p.m. yesterday evening, an aircraft containing several tons of prohibited, dangerous items landed at the Piarco International Airport and was immediately impounded. The aircraft remained impounded, and the 2 pilots and 6 crew members who were on board, Mr. Speaker, the aircraft has been detained for questioning. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and intelligence agencies continue to investigate, Mr. Speaker, and those units include members of the Ministry of Defence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Supplemental question to the Minister. Minister, thank you for your response. And supplemental question, can you say, Minister, whether, having regard to the actions of law enforcement officials, whether there are any immediate threats to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all the agencies under the Homeland Security and the Ministry of Defence presently treating with the situation. We have the situation under control, and there is no need at this time.
Questions for oral answer.
Honourable Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise that the questions on the order paper or notice government is prepared to answer them all.
Member for Lupino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 87 to the Attorney General.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the Miscellaneous Provisions Testing and Identification Act 2024, Act number 10 of 2024, was passed in the House of Representatives on the 21st of June 2024, and in the Senate a week later, that is on the 2nd of July 2024. It was assented to on the 19th of July 2024. By Section 1, subsection 2, it requires proclamation to come into force. Mr. Speaker, for all of 2024 and some of 2025, those opposite were in government. The Act sought to amend 7 pieces of legislation: the Judicial and Legal Service Act, the Prison Act, the Defense Act, the Police Service Act, the Civil Service Act, the Fire Service Act, and the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, to provide a regulatory framework for the conduct of polygraph or lie detecting testing, drug testing, and the collection of biometric information for members of the protective services and certain officers in the JLSC and the civil service. The Act empowers the President to make regulations subject to affirmative resolution for the conduct of the tests and the collection of biometric information of an officer and a person applying for appointment to an office in the specified section, unit, department, or division, and the storage, maintenance, disclosure, and destruction of the results of the tests and the collected information. In each instance, regulations are subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. The Act cannot be proclaimed, as my friends opposite know, unless and until the relevant regulations are made. The regulations are being attended to, and the Act will be proclaimed when the regulations are complete.
Member for Lupino.
Supplemental question to the Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Attorney General, thank you for your response. And having regard to the fact that you have indicated that regulations are currently being prepared to operationalize this critical piece of legislation, can you indicate when those regulations, to the House, when those regulations will be completed?
Honorable Attorney General.
The answer to that is no, Mr. Speaker.
Lupino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Attorney General, having regard to the fact that you cannot indicate when the regulations are going to be completed, are you in a position to give an undertaking that you as Attorney General will ensure the completion of those regulations to operationalize the legislation?
The seeking of an undertaking is not an appropriate question. It's not a question, first of all. And this is not the forum to seek an undertaking. I think there's another means by which you can seek an undertaking. So unless there's a question in there, an undertaking is really an inappropriate, it's really inappropriate to seek an undertaking through question time. Thank you very much. Third question?
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Attorney General, supplemental question. Is the government committed to completing those regulations to operationalize this critical piece of legislation?
Honorable Attorney General.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, of course the government is committed to doing that which my friends opposite failed to do.
Statements by ministers.
Honourable Minister for Land and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, based on the noise and mischief in the public domain, I wish to place the following facts on the record. While welcoming responsible reporting on this matter, it must be done fairly. We have noticed that some media houses have been frequently quoting anonymous, unverified, and unknown sources as credible information on other matters. So I wish to place the facts before this House. The Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Cabinet decision in November 2025, agreed and approved of the establishment of a state land investment and development public-private partnership between the Government of Trinidad and Tobago and developers for the delivery of expedited residential accommodation. In January 2026, Cabinet further agreed that a new state enterprise, Landmark TT Properties Limited, would be incorporated as a state enterprise responsible for the PPP between the government and the developers. Under the PPP model, the state shall make lands available to private sector investors and developers, who shall in turn construct fully planned housing communities targeted at mid to upper income earners. These housing units will be situated in gated communities with modern design and amenities to cater for the working class. For many years, state lands have been underutilized, having been occupied illegally and in some instances used to favor friends and finances of the PNM at no true benefit to the government and citizens, but rather for personal and selfish gain. However, this government's approach is quite different. Several parcels of land were identified to be transferred to Landmark TT Properties. These lands were either underutilized or not utilized, which are now earmarked for the construction of homes for our citizens, modern homes in gated communities. One, Mr. Speaker, there is no financial burden placed on taxpayers in the execution of these residential developmental sites. Two, the government continues to innovatively address the housing demand across Trinidad and Tobago. Three, the government receives revenue for the fair value consideration of the previously unused and underutilized state lands. Four, increased contribution to the gross domestic product in the housing sector and stimulation of the construction sector, generating demands for raw materials in the construction sector. And five, the creation of tangible employment opportunities by stimulating the construction sector demand, such as contractors, hardware suppliers, skilled and unskilled labor. Mr. Speaker, the state is not required to seek financing for any of these housing projects, as no public funds will be used for the construction of those houses. And in case you are closing your fridge door and you didn't hear, the state is not required to seek financing for any of these housing projects, as no public funds will be used for the construction of these homes. The developers will be required to fund the entire construction and infrastructural cost of the projects. There is political mischief when inaccurate and bogus information is spewed in the public domain that lands were transferred to the developer at peppercorn rate. That is absolutely untrue. The current model is that Landmark TT, being the holding company of the state lands, will make the lands available to the developer but not transfer title of the lands to the developer. This is unlike the PNM PPP project, where the PNM transferred prime state lands to a particular contractor at a peppercorn rate. The lands were then used as security by the contractor to access funding for the project. The said contractor approached a state bank using state lands as security. The state is now required to pay the contractor the sum of $400 million for the building that the Ministry of Health occupies. That contractor is NH International. Emil Elias, a personal friend of Keith Rowley, who is before the courts for sexual offenses of minors. That is governance PNM style. That's a fact. Under our PPP model, I reiterate, no state lands were transferred to any developer. The developer has to get their own financing. Following the design, build, finance model and agreed payment schedule, the contractor is responsible for funding the entire development cost. No money will be collected by the developer until the units are actually sold. So upon sale of the unit on the open market, the Landmark TT will keep its share of the proceeds for the land, and the developer will then be paid for the construction of the housing unit. Simple matter. The developer only receives his final payment on the development upon sale of the units on the open market, and Landmark TT Properties, unlike other state enterprises, was created to generate revenue for the state so it can fund other projects such as assisting low-income earners. What is the complaint, Mr. Speaker? I'm advised that on the Alambi site, a selective, competitive procurement method was utilized for the selection of the developer, all of whom were already registered on the OPR depository as contractors in that line of business. And the successful developer, in this case, was Motilal Ramhit and Sons Contracting Limited. This was not a single source selection. I am further advised that the OPR did not halt the works at that site. I'm advised, Mr. Speaker, that by letter dated the 20th of April 2026, from the Office of the Procurement Regulator to Landmark TT, the OPR indicated that it received formal complaints in relation to the Alambi project. OPR requested that Landmark provide a response within 7 working days of their letter. I'm further advised that Landmark responded within the time frame. I am further advised that the OPR made another request to Landmark TT for further information. Landmark TT is cooperating with the OPR on this request, and we await the OPR's response. I wish to categorically state that we welcome that the OPR has given attention to these matters. We have now learned that through the media that this complaint was initiated by a former PNM housing minister representing a well-known PNM activist, Mr. Randall Mitchell, representing one Wendell Eversley. One wonders, Mr. Speaker, whether if a known PNM contractor was awarded any contract, who would have lined their pockets and contributed to the construction of the Balize House. I ask, Mr. Speaker, if the opposition's behavior would have been different. After the PNM's loss of general election 2025, work on Balize House has stopped immediately. I wonder why. But I also wish to state, Mr. Speaker, that equal attention and rigor be given to projects and contracts awarded under the previous administration, such as the billion-dollar acquisition of pharmaceuticals by NIPDEC, the $100 million secondary roads rehabilitation and improvement company, and the RDC racket, where there were serious problems of bid rigging, corruption, and collusion. Based on the last annual report filed by the OPR 2023 to 2024, I wish to share a breakdown of the value and procurement methods used by the PNM. The OPR represents for fiscal 2023 the following. A, open bidding, value $1.83 billion. Limited or selective bidding, $3.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, hear this one. Non-competitive bidding, single sole source selection, $6.8 billion. non-competitive, single, sole source selection, hand-picked contracts, $6.8 billion. The PNM was in power at that time. And Mr. Speaker, $0.69 billion, they did not specify which procurement method that they used. However, Mr. Speaker, I can inform you of a sole select, non-competitive award that was issued under the former PNM administration. In October 2019, the PNM appointed HDC awarded a contract for the construction of approximately 110 townhouses in Terrestrial in the sum of $72 million, which was based on a sole select basis. Sole select, hand-picked contract to build houses at Terrestrial for $72 million. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform you that the contract was awarded to Ricky Ragunanan Construction Limited. What is extremely alarming is that the board agreed to the award in principle. I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, what in principle means. The entire housing project has collapsed under corruption. Mr. Speaker, after the construction of the units at Terrestrial, CEP found multiple flaws and glaring infrastructural issues with the townhouses. The technical report found that there was no steel in the decking and other parts of the units. Further, the ring beam of the units, which is used to secure the roof, did not have steel to tie the roof to the unit. As such, not a single unit could have been occupied. A recommendation was given to either repair it or demolish it. Ricky Ragunanan is known famously in the tent business and not the construction business. So the former administration hired a tent man to build HGC houses by sole select, no competition. This happened under the watch of the PNM. Additionally, 12 HGC contracts amounting to over $60 million were awarded on the eve of General Election 2025 via selective and single source procurement method. Of the 12 contracts, Mr. Speaker, the biggest one contract was issued via sole select in the sum of $34 million for Bon Air North. $34 million sole select on the eve of the general election by the former HGC board. Mr. Speaker, I move to the LSA. The LSA, under the previous PNM administration, administered the Housing Village Improvement Program. Under the HVIP, 972 starter homes were built. Of the 972 contracts awarded, 948 of those housing contracts in the value of $142 million were done via sole select. No competition, sole select, hand-picked contracts. 948 hand-picked contracts in the value of $142 million. Mr. Speaker, many of those homes that were built, 90% I'm told, were constructed in PNM-held constituencies, and they focus on two particular constituencies, those of Moruga Tableland and San Fernando West, and I'm happy to report those seats came home to United National Congress. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish to state to this House that none of my family members have received any government contracts, none. However, under the PNM, the wives of PNM ministers were in receipt of multi-million-dollar contracts to pressure wash the Brian Lara Stadium. A former Minister of Health wife was a principal involved in a company called Unicom, which received contracts in the vicinity of millions of dollars involved in the refurbishment of this very Red House and the President's house. Members, relatives who now aspire to be Prime Minister receive CPEP contracts. There's one member in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, who received a CPEP contract, several CPEP contracts, and a HDC house. Others were running canteen at MTS Plaza in Arangwes. A sister of one of them by the name of Gatsby, who served as a reforestation assistant in the reforestation program, had to be placed on administrative leave pending an investigation into withholding government records. Another silk on that side, Mr. Speaker, received multi-million-dollar briefs from the AG office, TNTech and Plibdeco, and that is to name a few. To date, those state enterprises cannot determine the work that that person has done for those fees. Another had to recuse themselves over 60 times from cabinet, mainly due to his brother providing financial services to the government with loans in the sum of billions of dollars, one Angus Young. One Richard Young serves as the chairman of the Economic Development Board and the chairman of the Trinidad and Tobago International Financial Center. They had no problem with Bridget Anisette George's husband, Newman George, being appointed to multiple state enterprises such as the HDC, Paria Fuel Trading, Guaracara Refining, Heritage, and the TPHL. The personal friend and lawyer of the former Prime Minister Keith Rowley placed his personal lawyer, Mr. Michael Kwamina SC, on Petritrin, Paria, Guaracara, Heritage, TPHL, Caribbean Airlines, and earned almost $15 million in state briefs. Keith Rowley's sister-in-law was appointed as the general manager of Chaguaramas Development Authority and was also allocated a housing unit in Victoria Keys. What? There are many other instances, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, based on all of this, one must seriously question the motives of the opposition. Over the last 10 years, they have failed the people of this country with their housing program, and now they are attempting to frustrate citizens from owning homes, preventing people from accessing jobs, and hindering local businesses such as hardwares from earning a revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we now await the outcome of the OPR's response. I thank you very much.
Member for Rukal Opino, one question as per the standing order for elucidation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a question to the Minister. Minister, can you indicate, out of the multi-million-dollar contracts that have been awarded by Landmark Corruption, meaning Landmark TT, how many of those contracts have been subject to open public tender?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to answer the member by saying, over the last 10 years, none of the contracts awarded by the HEC was done through open tendering.
Homeland Security. Honourable Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. Speaker, I have been authorized by Cabinet to make the following statement. Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of the people of Trinidad and Tobago remains foremost priority of this government. Today, Mr. Speaker, I rise to address a matter of critical national importance, Mr. Speaker, the strengthening of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service through an increase in its sanctioned strength and the modernization of the operational structure. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, is not merely an administrative exercise. It is a strategy, national security intervention intention to ensure that the TTPS possesses the manpower, operational flexibility, and institutional capacity required to confront the evolving criminal threats facing our nation. Mr. Speaker, criminals have modernized, organized, and expanded their operations. The state must therefore ensure that law enforcement is equally equipped and equally organized and sufficiently resourced to respond to these deficiencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the current sanctioned strength of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service stands at 7,884 officers. However, Mr. Speaker, operational analysis has confirmed that the service maintains an effective deployment strength of approximately 5,500 officers on any given day. This gap exists because officers are necessarily engaged in vacation leave, sick leave, training, administrative assignments, court attendance, and specialist operational duties. Mr. Speaker, the reality, therefore, is that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has been required to police a modern and increasingly complex criminal environment with a frontline operational strength sufficiently below its sanctioned establishment. Mr. Speaker, for more than 4 decades, the TTPS has expanded its specialist capacity to address emerging threats such as cybercrime, financial crimes, anti-corruption investigations, gang activities, intelligence-led operations, and transnational organized crime. However, Mr. Speaker, the specialized units were created without any corresponding increase in the overall establishment. Mr. Speaker, as a consequence, officers currently reassigned from visible policing and frontline patrol functions into tactical, technical, and specialist divisions. This results in fewer officers being available within the communities, reduction in patrols, increase in operational strain, and growing overtime dependencies. Mr. Speaker, the government cannot ask the police service to do more with less. The citizens of Trinidad and Tobago deserve faster police response time, greater police visibility, stronger investigative capacity, safer communities, enhanced border security, and a modern police service capable of responding to both traditional and emerging threats. This proposal, therefore, speaks to increase the sanctioned strength of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service from 7,884 officers to 10,200 officers. This increase is designed to ensure that the TTPS can sustainably maintain an operational presence of approximately 7,800 officers nationwide. The minimum threshold identified as is necessary to meet modern policing and national security requirements. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is about restoring operational balance. It allows the TTPS to properly staff specialized investigative and investigations unit while sustainably strengthening visible policing across communities throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the increase in manpower will significantly improve the operational effectiveness of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. It will support greater police visibility, Mr. Speaker. More officers on patrol will strengthen the visible presence of law enforcement within communities and act as a deterrent to criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, it also assists with faster response time. Additional manpower will improve the TTPS ability to respond more rapidly to emergencies, violent incidents, and public threats. Mr. Speaker, it also enhanced the investigative capacity. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service will be better positioned to strengthen intelligence operations, cybercrime investigations, gang suppression activities, financial investigations, and anti-corruption enforcement, and also strengthen community policing. Additionally, officers will improve engagement with schools, businesses, and community groups and vulnerable communities, thereby strengthening public trust and intelligence gathering. Improve officer welfare and operational readiness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the current staffing pressures has contributed to excessive overtime and operational fatigue for officers. Mr. Speaker, the proposal seems to reduce the pressure imposed by officers' effectiveness and enhance professional performance across the service. Mr. Speaker, it also enhanced borders and national security operations. Additional manpower will support operations at ports, airports, and other strategic national security locations. Greater operational flexibility, Mr. Speaker. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service will be better equipped to respond to major national events, spike in criminal activities, national disasters, state of emergencies, and other national crises. Mr. Speaker, the government fully recognizes that the strength of national security requires a responsible financial planning. The expansion, therefore, will occur over a 5-year phase recruitment program as follows: 600 officers in the first year, 600 officers in the second year, and 372 officers annually in year 3, 4, and 5. Simultaneously, Mr. Speaker, the TTPS will expand its academic infrastructure and training capacity to ensure that training, recruitment, standards and operational professionalism are maintained. Mr. Speaker, the present staffing defects has contributed to the substantial overburden. Mr. Speaker, the proposed expansion is expected to reduce excessive overtime dependency and improve long-term operational sustainability, Mr. Speaker. This is therefore no simple expenditure. It is an investment, Mr. Speaker, an investment in public safety, an investment in operational resilience, and also, Mr. Speaker, an investment in institutional effectiveness and national stability. Mr. Speaker, this government is equally committed to accountability and, Mr. Speaker, is not afraid to account to members of the public upon request. The result, Mr. Speaker, transparency, oversight, measurable in national security. Mr. Speaker, public safety is one of the most sacred responsibilities of any government. The people of Trinidad and Tobago must feel safe, safe in their homes, safe in their communities, safe in their schools, on the road, Mr. Speaker, even in public spaces across this nation. This proposal is therefore not merely about increasing numbers.
You that the standing order says statements of ministers should not extend beyond 10 minutes, except where there's an agreement. And I'm advised that there's been no such agreement. So can I just ask you to close off now? Thank you very much. And there's one question permitted by the standing orders for elucidation. And can I remind you of standing order 24-4, which I'm sure you're intimately familiar with, and you'll conform thereto.
Speaker, and I thank you very much for that question to the Minister. Minister, can you indicate, Minister, whether the decision that was taken by Cabinet to increase the strength of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service have been taken after completion of a human resource audit or manpower audit of the TTPS.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and it also in conjunction with the International Association of Chiefs of Police, Mr. Speaker.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Public health? Public health, right? Member for St. Augustine, Honourable Minister of Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, today I have the honor to bring this Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 to the House of Representatives. And it is seeking to amend Section 156(2) of the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4. As Minister with responsibility for rural development and local government, I consider this amendment to be very practical and necessary, and for the life of me, I cannot understand why this was not done under the last government. Particularly in light of the important role played by municipal corporations and local authorities in the administration of public health functions throughout the entire Trinidad and Tobago, which affects every single citizen's safety. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is very, very straightforward. It seeks to remedy an administrative difficulty that has affected persons obtaining registrations and food badges under this Section 156 of the Public Health Ordinance. At present, the law provides that registrations issued under this Section 156 remain valid until the 31st day of December in the year that the food badge is issued. Mr. Speaker, it means, therefore, that individuals who obtain food badges late in the calendar year or for any year, any month of the year, as a matter of fact, will not benefit from a full 12-month registration. So a person obtains a food badge in, let's say, November. It still expires on December 31st of that year. Whether they applied and got that food badge in January, June, October, November, or even December itself, they all expire on the 31st of December of that year. It means, of course, that there is now a small window in which thousands of applicants are required to apply for renewal of food badges. The amendment brought by this UNC government, therefore, seeks to provide that all registrations shall remain valid for a period of 12 months from the date of issue of the relevant food badge. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is important, especially from a perspective of local government administration. And when you think of the administration within the 14 municipalities in Trinidad and the administrative burden provided on them in this short window to renew thousands of food badges. In the last few years, I want to just share with you how many people will be impacted by this. In the last few years, time may not permit me to read out for all the corporations, but I just want to provide some totals. In Arima Borough, for instance, between 2023 and 2025, there were 10,066 food badges issued. Shogunas Corporation, Borough Corporation, for that same period, 12,188. Kuva Tabaki Talparo, 9,725. Dego Martin, 6,952. Port of Spain, 25,148. Sawa Lavantil, 24,352. Tunapuna Piaco, 24,292. Mayaro, Rio Claro, 3,600. As I indicated, I wouldn't share all because time doesn't permit, but for the entire of Trinidad, in all of our municipalities in the period 2023 to 2025, there were a total of 154,272 food badge applications. That gives you an idea, Mr. Speaker, of how many people are impacted by this. And it ranges from people who work as employees in major food establishments, hotels, even street vendors, and small businesses. The practical reality is, Mr. Speaker, that this is an important piece of legislation, even though it is small in volume by amending one simple section. Under Section 156 of the Public Health Ordinance, local authorities, meaning our municipal corporations, are empowered to make bylaws relating to the registration of vendors. So when you think of retail shops, food establishments, and persons engaged in the sale and handling of food, the corporations each have public health departments, and they are responsible for processing these registrations for food badges. They are responsible for conducting inspections and for ensuring compliance with public health standards so that we, the public, who are customers, will be safe from food contamination. This simple amendment addresses a very long-standing concern affecting registrants under the Public Health Ordinance and introduces a more equitable and practical system from the administration of registrations to the municipal authorities. Mr. Speaker, I want to share with members why food badges are important. It might sound trivial. Food badges all over the world represent a critical tool in public health for ensuring that individuals preparing food, handling food, or selling food meet the minimum safety, hygiene, and health standards. The global need is driven by the rise in foodborne illnesses, which affect nearly 600 million people, nearly 1 in 10 worldwide, every single year. So essentially, food badges help to reduce food contamination because they mandate food handlers to understand critical safety measures. And they do this by ensuring that they get training concerning cleaning, separating raw from cooked food, cooking certain foods, and particularly meats, thoroughly, and maintaining safe food temperatures to prevent spoilage. They allow the authorities to reduce food transmission by ensuring that food handlers are free from contagious diseases, because part of the regulations require mandatory medical checkups. And this, of course, deals with the risk of transmitting infections through food by reducing that risk. So part of it requires doctors to check food handlers for certain medical conditions. to prevent the spread of communicable diseases through food. The primary conditions doctors in this case screen for include things like typhoid fever, tuberculosis, jaundice, leptospirosis, parasitic infections, and skin infections, especially on the hands and face, things like boils, abscesses, or septic cuts and wounds. If you think of yourself as a customer going to purchase food, will you purchase food from somebody who has any of these visible afflictions? And what if they have these afflictions, but it's not visible? That is why a medical doctor is required to certify that that person qualifies for a food badge. In developing countries, food badges are particularly useful in targeting high-risk scenarios where foodborne diseases have massive economic burden and contribute to high mortality rate, especially among children who are under the age of 5. And when we think of the economic impact, we are thinking about the impact on the business, the small business, for instance. Think about any food establishment in this country. And if you get news, reliable news, or even if it's fake news, that that business is somehow affected by some disease, some foodborne disease. Somebody gets ill, somebody gets food poisoning because of poor preparation, because their food handler has some illness. Think about the impact that has on that business, the economic impact it has on that business. Think about it on a wider scale. When you have widespread contamination, you have diseases such as cholera and so on, but when you have widespread contamination, people start cutting back on buying food in certain places. They stop buying food outside on a whole, and that has an impact on our local economic development, on our vendors, our small economy, our local economy. So there is a significant economic impact as well to ensuring that food handlers have proper badges, have proper approval. So it's not just affecting one sector of the community. It affects every single person in the country. The food handlers are also given mandatory training. They are required to complete training for food safety. They get a lecture before they obtain their badge. And this equips them with essential knowledge to maintain hygiene standards. Badges are required to be displayed at all times during the opening hours of that business. The purpose of this is to allow members of the public to have that trust and confidence that this establishment is authorized, that they have passed all the requirements. But it also allows the food inspectors, the public health inspectors, you see them in their blue shirts with their monogram. It allows the food inspectors at any time to pass into any business and to clearly see that that business is compliant. It gives our customers, our citizens, that assurance that the place they are purchasing food from, it is safe to do so. It prevents unsafe vending. Public health inspectors in Trinidad and Tobago use food badges as well to regulate food handlers and vendors. So they can, for instance, prohibit the issuing of food badges to unauthorized or unsafe kitchens and street vendors. Sometimes the place you purchase the food is not the place they prepare it. And that as well has to be inspected before they can get their badge. Mr. Speaker, the key components of the badge application system in all of our municipalities is done in collaboration with the regional corporation and the county medical office of health. It requires several steps. One is medical screening. A certificate has to be attained from a medical practitioner to confirm that the applicant is fit to operate, and it often is required that they go back for this medical every 6 months. They also do routine inspections of food establishment Holding these badges are subjected to routine risk assessment and inspections by the public health inspectors. The renewal process. Renewal is annually, as I explained earlier, where the badge previously expired on the 31st of December. And because we have food security at the forefront of protecting our consumers, we are now making this provision for food badges to be due for renewal on the anniversary of the date they were issued. It is now the business owner's responsibility to ensure that all of his employees, as well as himself and his premises, are suitable for safe food preparation for the public. And while there are certain specific regulations that might vary in some countries within the Caribbean and in countries like Africa and so on, the need for a standardized approach to food handling is recognized globally in the public health world. It is recognized as an economic factor, and it safeguards public health by ensuring that food sold to the public is clean, safe, and fit for consumption. The food badge system and the regulating of food handlers goes hand in hand with nutrition policies. They act alongside each other. So if you think of what is called front of package nutrition labeling, where it is regulations that you must list the ingredients, you must list the nutrition and so on. It goes hand in hand with that. It ensures that only trained, medically cleared individuals handle food. And food badges directly lower the possibility of foodborne diseases by protecting our economy. As such, Mr. Speaker, this amendment directly impacts the administration of the services that support the issuing of food badges. In layman terms, essentially, what practically happened in all of our municipalities was this, Mr. Chairman. Food badges, as I explained, no matter what month in the year they were issued, they all expire December 31st. The County Medical Office of Health and the municipalities tend to work with a 3-month window. So during the months after December, January, February, March, they give you a grace period for you to comply. But I shared with you earlier that we have 154,476 applicants to process in 3 months' time. Imagine the administrative nightmare. Imagine the number of people slipping through the cracks. Imagine the number of people who may not be medically qualified, do not go to renew their food badge in time, and wait for this rush, and they still are engaged in preparing food. Mr. Speaker, that is something that this simple amendment corrects. It means, therefore, that whichever date you are issued a food card, as a food handler, as a restaurant owner, as a small business owner, that you are issued that food badge, that is the date which it expires. That is the date that you are required to renew the food badge. You get a full 12 months use of that food badge, and it means that our over 150,000 applicants have different times that they can go. So we all don't have to rush at one time. This amendment is simple, but it means a lot to people who, particularly small business owners, who often have a high turnover of employees. It impacts on restaurants, hotels, big franchises, food, street vendors, itinerant vendors, caterers, even those in the school feeding program, and any it includes as well supermarkets and mini-marts and so on. So there's a plethora of businesses that will be positively impacted by this very simple amendment. Mr. Speaker, this bill has one clause, amends one clause, and therefore I don't think that I have to be long. And I don't think, and I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that this is one very simple amendment that every member of this House, as well as those in the public, can support unanimously. I thank you. I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a second time. Member for Aiyna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as indicated, this is a simple amendment, but a very important one, and one that impacts on a number of businesses, hotels, as well as the average vendor. Matters not what they are selling, whether it's coconut, doubles, pies. It's very important. The minister made reference to why it is that this amendment may not have been brought before. And I think that it's not really one of the issues that I propose to deal with, save and except to say that the 14 municipal corporations have been implementing this piece of legislation for a long time. And we fully support it. It is simple, but as I said, it's important. Now, I thank the minister for giving the information as it relates to the 154,000 plus food badges application that would have taken place between the year 2023 to 2025. Mr. Speaker, the interesting thing about this is that if you compare several of the corporations, you would see that the costs for these food badges vary depending on where the application is made. So that as it relates to Port of Spain, which is 25,000 plus application in that 2-year period, the cost is $100. In Arima, it's $60. Diego Martin, $80. Point Fortin, $40. So it varies depending on where the application is made. But as was said by the minister, if you apply in November or even if you apply in December, it means that your application, when granted, is for a very short period, and then come the following year, January of the following year, you have to apply again. So it means to say that having paid at the end of the year, depending on when your business is ready or when you have decided to make the application, you have to pay again come January. So in truth and in fact, we can easily say that a number of the vendors, the businesses, and persons who have to make this application are put at a considerable disadvantage. So as it relates to Section 156(2) of the ordinance, is really being amended by replacing the words "from the date of the issue until the 31st of December next thereafter" with the words "for a period of 12 months from the date of issue of the relevant badge." So that the subsection is then proposed to read as follows: every registration under subsection 1 of this section shall, unless cancelled, be and continue in force for a period of 12 months from the date of issue of the relevant badge. So it means that any of the 14 corporations where this particular piece of legislation applies, that the vendors and all the persons who are affected would not be put at this disadvantage anymore. Now, Mr. Speaker, we understand that there are certain periods, whether it be Carnival, whether it be Christmas, whether it be for independence, whether it's other activities, whether it is Diwali, whether it is Eid, there are certain times when the various corporations will have several hundreds, if not thousands, of people applying. One of the interesting things that we have debated is the whole issue of online applications and how do we improve service for the burgesses and other members of the public as it relates to that. And at some point in time, of course, we all hope, because of the thousands of people that are affected by this, as we have done in the licensing office and as we have now done, whether it's at the Port Authority, that persons can do their online applications and reduce not just the stress, but improve the service to our various burgesses and other members that are involved in business. Mr. Speaker, we are also aware that the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Section 156, empowers the local authority to make bylaws for the registration of retail shops and places where food, cooked or uncooked, intended for human consumption, is sold or offered for sale, and the registration of persons offering for sale any foodstuff in a public place inter alia. The bylaws may also include requirements for the issue of badges denoting registration as above mentioned. Mr. Speaker, if you go onto the websites of several corporations, you would see that they have their policy and they list, for example, that you have to get your medical, you have to get your training, and all the corporations have the policy and more or less list two important things, which is the issue of the medical as well as the issue of the training. Some corporations are very efficient and you can get your badges sometimes in a few days, some take longer. So that, of course, when you read that section 156.2, it must also be read together with the Public Health Ordinance, which empowers the local authority to be able to make their bylaws so that persons applying for the food badge will follow, depending on from what corporation you are, you follow the various policies. So, example, if you go up on the Aiyna Borough Corporation, you would see that there is a website and it lists all the qualifications for the person who applies for the badge. But as indicated, this is, whilst it is simple, it is very important, and we understand the significance of this amendment, and as I indicated, we support the amendment. Mr. Speaker, and whilst it is minor, as the Minister said, it's an important administrative change, and it's really about standardizing the validity of the period of the badges under the public law. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that in passing this amendment, it is important for the Ministry of Local Government to put out the appropriate piece of correspondence so that persons will now be aware that when they apply for the badge, that period now of the year ending no longer applies and it goes for what would be a calendar year. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned a while ago that why this is so important, it is because of the number of persons who are involved in vending and the number of persons who depend on this piece of legislation for a livelihood, and the persons who have been depending on this for years. I recall that my mother, who had many years ago before she passed, also had to go through the process of applying for a food badge. And it's only when you have somebody who's actually involved in it, you get a good understanding as to what the process is. As I said, some are very efficient and some are not. In some cases, if you have the funding, you can go to a private doctor. If you don't have the funding, then some people choose to go to the chief medical officer. In some corporations, for example, like Diego Martin, those persons only go to the corporation sometime, could be twice a week, sometime twice a month. So if you need your badge right away and you want to go through the process, it also means that you have the option to go to the to the county medical officer, or you go to a private doctor. So, Mr. Speaker, as was indicated, this is not a piece of legislation for any lengthy debate, but as there is the improvement to remedy an administrative difficulty, we all do hope that the various corporations will capitalize on this and also put in place some, well, let me just say, would modernize the process so that when persons go, and I believe this is something that we all agree on. I don't know this is any disagreement, because we are all happy if our various constituents and burgesses can go as has been done. Even the recent piece of legislation that was brought for passengers. Now you can travel and you have your phone and you could use your barcode. I mean, that's really where we want to go. So this is a good initiative, and we look forward to the corporations capitalizing on this piece of amendment to make it a lot easier for vendors, business, community, and hotels. Mr. Speaker, that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to join this very important debate, which, touches the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I rise in unwavering support of the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026, a bill that at first glance may appear administrative in nature, but in reality speaks directly to fairness, practicality, as my colleague said, public health protection, and economic dignity for thousands of citizens across our country. Mr. Speaker, this amendment seeks to correct a long-standing flaw. A flaw, as the member who just spoke mentioned, a flaw that unfairly disadvantaged ordinary citizens, small entrepreneurs, food vendors, parlor operators, doubles vendors, market vendors, caterers, roadside cooks, family-owned establishments, and hard-working citizens simply trying to earn a living. And today, Mr. Speaker, this government is fixing that flaw. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is simple, but it is also very important. And Mr. Speaker, I heard our former speaker, or previous speaker, spoke about the cost-varying factor, as well as improving service, etc., moving towards more modernization, and so on. And we agree with that. But what we also want to say, we have to start somewhere, and this is one move in the right direction. So we agree, and we thank you for that support. Mr. Speaker, as you just heard, food badge registration remains valid only until the 31st of December of every year, of the year in which it was issued, right? And in practical terms, a citizen who receives a badge in January enjoys almost a full year of validity, which was mentioned by both speakers who spoke here today. But, Mr. Speaker, a citizen who receives a badge in October, November, or December may receive only weeks of validity before being required to repeat the process again. Mr. Speaker, we have brought this amendment, this simple but most important amendment here today, because so many persons who rely on this system sometimes face unfairness. They await this process sometimes so long that they are unable to earn an income. Sometimes they may be faced with issues such as closure of business, loss of profits, etc. And we are really happy today to say that such a simple issue, which touches the lives of the people of this country, are brought into the House of Representatives. And we are able to have those persons who rely on this system breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Speaker, this amendment today is about the mother selling lunches from her home to support her children. It is about the young entrepreneur trying to build a food business from nothing more than determination and sacrifice. It is also about the doubles vendor who rises before dawn every single morning. It is about the chow man selling chow by the side of the road, or the roadside as we call it, and also about the small family restaurant in our communities. Mr. Speaker, my colleague who piloted this bill was also a former local government chairman and representative. And what I will say here today is, as a former councillor and mayor myself, what I found astonishing was that for years, citizens were expected to accept a system where a food badge obtained in December could effectively expire within days. So you get it on the, somewhere before Christmas, and by the 31st of December, it's expiring. Mr. Speaker, I can recall while I sat in the Chaguanas Borough Corporation as a councillor and as a mayor, many persons would be calling, my food badge is expiring, what to do, what to do? When you're reopening in January, because sometimes reopening in January in several state entities in the first 2 weeks or so, I will not speak much on that, but you face a challenge in the first 2 weeks or so. All right, so Mr. Speaker, this particular bill or amendment will really cater to improve the efficiency within our municipalities, and more so people-centered governance, which we are proud and happy to be a part of. Mr. Speaker, what I'm happy about is, you would hear oftentimes, any government, what you're doing for the small man. And really and truly, the people who come for a food badge in these corporations would be people who are trying to make ends meet, make something out of themselves, start a business to see how far I will reach, because several of them will come to you. You must start from scratch, etc. And they will start. Sometimes I have had the fortunate experience of several of them coming to me from Enterprise, from Kunupia, Endeavour, in my very own constituency. I want to start a business. And they would ask me for, some help to start a business. Many times I would have given a 5,000 through the help of the business community to buy equipment, etc. And, they would be hot and sweaty to start up a business. And when you start, you recognize, wait, I can't operate because I don't have a food badge. And they will be hustling. Well, what do I have to do? Show me the process. I don't know what to do. And you'll be trying to help them as a representative to fulfill the requirements needed to get a food badge. So, this amendment may seem simple. It's just one line, but it is of utmost importance and significance to us when it comes to helping the small man, as we say it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to, touch, I heard my colleague for St. Augustine spoke about, she simply cannot understand why it took so long for this simple matter to be dealt with, or this simple amendment to be brought, to the House. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer to editorial Thursday, June 13th, 2024. And, the author of this would have raised a particular issue. And I just want to read from what I just want to quote from the article, the editorial. It says, the rise in street vendors calls for a balanced approach that considers both public health and the economic needs of the vendors, providing education on food safety, simplifying the process for obtaining food badges, and conducting regular inspections could help mitigate the risks while supporting these small businesses. In conclusion, I urge the Health Ministry to take immediate action to ensure that all food vendors are complying with health regulations. Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting from this editorial because for some time now, because of the issues and so on people would have been facing within society, many of them would have chosen to head towards the entrepreneurial aspect. So you would have seen a rise in persons, engaging in small business activity and so on. And as a result, they would have to depend on this particular food badge as a part of, compliance and so on. And if we don't have compliance, of course, we are heading in the wrong direction, because when compliance declines, Mr. Speaker, and when processes are impractical, citizens become frustrated. And when citizens become frustrated and regulations appear punitive rather than facilitative, persons disengage from the formal system. And then you have lawlessness occurring within society or on our nation roads, because many of these people, what they practice and what they are part of is that of the street food initiative. So, Mr. Speaker, since 2024, you would have seen here the call was made because of the rise in street vendors and so on to have, this system or to enforce health regulations. And what I would say in 2026, we are doing it, Mr. Speaker, and we are happy to be engaging in such an exercise to benefit of vendors and small business persons. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to be very long as well, but what I would go to now is a little bit of relation to the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. Mr. Speaker, as we would all know in this House, members opposite would know as well, under the National Social Development Program, you have what we call the SEED program, which is an entrepreneurial initiative. And Mr. Speaker, many of those persons who apply for the SEED grant, they engage in activities such as homemade bread, so your own home bakeries, your own home bakery, and so on. You have persons engaging in activities such as homemade pepper sauce, handicraft materials, etc., etc. All right, and Mr. Speaker, more so I want to relate a little bit to the food aspect of it, those persons engaging in the business aspect of the food initiatives. And this SEED program, it's not just handing persons an entrepreneurial grant. What it relates to is you are uplifting persons, empowering persons. And when you give persons a grant, there's also the training aspect of it, where you assist these persons in their next steps. And, Mr. Speaker, this is one of those steps identified, and it speaks directly to this amendment. Because, obviously, to have a business, you must be compliant. And when you are training these persons, etc., you want them to become good community business personnel. So, Mr. Speaker, from the Ministry of the People's End, we commend the Minister of Local Government and we commend the government of Trinidad and Tobago because you are helping these persons enhance and empower themselves. And this would mean more than just receiving a grant, but making it simpler for them to carry out their daily activities. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you are trying to run a business and at the same time build a business, you do not want to be a part of bureaucracy. You want simple systems, quick systems, where you are able to get through quickly, go back to your business because you are on the hustle to make your money, take care of your family, at the same time build on your profits and say, I am established one day to come. So, Mr. Speaker, this amendment is reasonable. We see it as fair, people-centered, economically sensible, administratively sound, and most importantly, socially responsible. I heard my colleague from St. Augustine and also Minister of Local Government speak about, the ease of business in terms of the local government administration. Mr. Speaker, I'll continue.
Turn it off. You had to throw your 2 cents in. Yes. So whoever it is, turn it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, this would assist significantly in the administrative machinery of local government, as said by St. Augustine. Because, Mr. Speaker, sometimes based on printing, inefficiencies or issues that you may have at corporations, you may be faced with an issue, and local government representatives, they will know about this, and Diego Martin Central will also know about this as a former mayor. Sometimes you face challenges with printing of food badges, etc. No fault of yours, systematic challenges. And when you face these issues in local government, then you have a backlog because you cannot print unless you go through the training exercises, etc. You conduct site visits at these people establishments. So, in terms of the administration part of it at these local government municipalities, this will definitely result in an ease of doing business for them. Because when you have these backlogs, now you spend a lot of time because training exercises, they are usually scheduled. And when you mess with the schedule, Mr. Speaker, then you are faced with having to pool all of them together. Then you have to conduct all of these different activities as a part of the process. And public health are not only engaged in the issuance of food badges, they are also engaged in, public health exercises, clearing of outfalls and drainage, conducting random site visits at markets and abattoirs, etc. So you don't want them to be faced with challenges, here, or further challenges when you have very important day-to-day activities for them to attend to. They are also a part of the, building permit exercises and so on, granting of those. And they also have to attend council meetings, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, this will help local government bodies significantly, and local government is the heart of the community. We will all agree with that inside of here. If your garbage is not picked up, that is public health. If your drain is not cleaned, that is public health. If when you clean the drains and the silt is not removed, that is public health. Huge food establishments, that is public health. So, Mr. Speaker, public health is already, facing challenges with the growth within municipalities and the significant development taking place within municipalities. So, of course, you want modernization for them, you want improved services, and this is a part of that exercise here today. So we are happy to be engaging in this. Mr. Speaker, I would not be much longer. I would choose to, what's that? Yes, thank you, Kearney Central, my good friend. Mr. Speaker, what we on this side are committed to doing is we are committed to building systems that work for the people of our nation, not systems that work against the people of our nation. So we are happy to have this amendment before the House today. And Mr. Speaker, I will say that this is a simple, but this is a big win for the people of our country. And Mr. Speaker, what we are doing here today is we are proving once again that good governance lies not only in grand declarations, but in meaningful action, where it touches the lives of the people on the ground. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore wholeheartedly support this bill and commend it to this honourable House. I thank you.
Diego Martin, Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes things appear simple, but they are not that simple. The member for St. Augustine asked how come this thing had not been done, so long ago. Mr. Speaker, really, I am trying to lend some clarity to a rather complicated matter, and the members opposite are just muttering as usual. Muttering. Mr. Speaker, I beg your protection.
I'm going to just continue.
Well, they're muttering. They don't want to learn anything.
I think.
Mr. Speaker.
All right. Kearney Central. I'm hearing you. Kearney Central is not a kind of debate. Sometimes, oftentimes in our party, the refrain is not a kind of party, it's not a kind of debate today.
So, Speaker, let me read from the Ministry of Health website. As of today, under this UNC administration. And I need to do so that we understand what we are dealing with. I'm reading the guidelines for food handlers, which is what this amendment is all about. And the Ministry of Health tells us that food handlers are categorized as itinerant vendors, a person who prepares, assists in preparation of food at one place and offers it for sale in other places. I think that's the most relevant part of the definitions here. The document goes on to define what food is. I think we all know what that is. But the important thing here is that an itinerant vendor prepares food in one place and offers it for sale in another place. The most simple example would be preparing food at one's home and then going on the road somewhere in a cart or whatever to sell the food. Now, going on now to the next guideline on the Ministry of Health website, an application for registration as a food handler must be made to the Public Health Department or Inspectorate for the area in which the food handler operates or proposes to operate. And the Minister gave us some indication of what is required, a certificate from a medical practitioner. And there's some other things here which are honored in the breach. Itinerant vendors must produce for inspection the required attire required for vending, That is, white coats, head cover, caps, or head ties. These are honored in the breach, and the minister will understand what I'm saying. I mean, I am not sure every single itinerant vendor is attired in a white coat. And the preparation area, utensils, equipment, and facilities of the itinerant vendor must be inspected and registered before the vendor is registered. But here's the complexity. And before I get into the complexity, let me explain why. You wondered why this had not been changed before. Now, in many of the licensing regimes in Trinidad and Tobago and the world, Caribbean, Commonwealth, licenses expire on a fixed date. And there is a reason. And the most important reason, setting a predetermined fixed window for renewal, helps to ensure that businesses do not operate on expired licenses. Now, let me explain the relevance of that. I think I heard the minister said, I was actually outside, but I was watching on ParlView, that there are several 100,000 food badges issued in Trinidad and Tobago. And we know that an itinerant vendor is somebody who makes the food in one place and sells it somewhere else. So therefore, if of those food badges, I don't know how many of them are itinerant, whether it's all or some, but we're talking about thousands of different locations where these people are selling the food. With a fixed date for expiry, you see, sometimes these things, there is a method in it. There is a reason for it, and it's a very good reason. If you have a fixed expiry date, to police it, and the person next to you, the honorable member next to you, will understand this as a former police officer. To police it, if you know that all food badges are going to expire on the 31st of December, then you can make a sweep in January and see who is compliant and who is not compliant. This new system will mean that food badges will be valid for every possible date in the year, all 365 dates in the year. And if you have 300,000 or 400,000 of them expiring at different times, you now are putting an administrative burden on those who must go out and determine whether people are selling food with a valid license. This is not to say that we're opposed to this. I just want people opposite to understand why there was a fixed period and why there was the cutoff date of the 31st of December. This applies to liquor licenses as well, and many other licenses, many other regulatory licenses in Trinidad and Tobago. It makes administration easy. This will make administration difficult because now there is no guarantee that a particular food badge will be expiring on a particular date and must be renewed. So now the authorities will have to go and check every single one of those 300,000 food handlers to see whether their license is valid or not. But the most important thing, and I think this is what needs to be addressed, the legal requirement as published on the Ministry of Health website is as follows. All food handlers must be registered with the Public Health Department or Inspectorate on or before March 31st each year. That is the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, Section 156H. Now, while I was doing a little bit of research to make this very brief contribution, I sought to determine whether Section 156H of the Public Health Ordinance had ever been repealed. I can find no record of it. And as I said, this is the official Ministry of Health website publication as of today, which states that in accordance with 156H, all food handlers must be registered on or before March 31st each year. So when I heard the minister say that corporations give these food handlers a 3-month grace period, I really couldn't follow how a grace period can appear if the law says that you must be registered by the 31st of March. It is not a grace period. It is a legal requirement. The other thing that I am a little concerned about, if the law requires registration on or before March 31st each year, then how it is these food badges are being issued after March 31st. Are people being registered after March 31st? I heard the Minister of Social Development speak to a badge being hypothetically issued in October. So all I would caution the government, we are not opposing this bill before the House, but I would caution the government, go and check section 156H of the Public Health Ordinance and determine whether it is still in force or not. Because if it is, then you may have a complication here. Because even though you're now extending it for 1 year, all you're really doing is adding 3 months to the validity. Because right now, you register by March, you get it until December, 9 months. I don't even understand the 3 months licenses either, because the ordinance specifies that it's valid until December 31st. I don't think that bylaws made by a corporation can supersede primary legislation. I don't believe so. So I believe the public health ordinance is supreme and is superior to any bylaw made by a local government corporation. So we're not going to oppose this, but I would ask the minister just go and check that part, the 156H of the public health ordinance, because even though you may think you're doing something wonderful, it may turn out to be an administrative nightmare. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tobago West.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to enter this debate. You know, I would also like to thank the wonderful people of Tobago, and in particular, Tobago West, for their confidence in me to represent them here today. Before I get into the meat of my contribution, I just want to address something that has been notioned in this space. And I saw the opposition leader on the news saying that my colleague and I have been silent, but Hansard will express something different. And if the opposition leader can remember when a former member was saying, oh, I wasn't speaking enough, that member lost their seat. So while they worry about my speaking frequency, let them worry not. Nazi has appeared. Yes, and if record can show, I have spoken more than the member and
Mr.
half
Speaker,
of a bench.
point of order, 48.
Go West. Let's skip along a little bit, shall we?
Yes, we are going along. So over the years, we have seen a mad rush to renew food badges at the beginning of every year. But thanks to the Almighty, that a new government of the people, for the people, and by the people is in place today. And now we have yet another piece of legislative amendment aimed at improving efficiency and effectiveness in the delivery of public services. Mr. Speaker, let me say the amendment on the table meets with the satisfaction of the people of Tobago West and the island as a whole. The western part of the island, which I have the honor and privilege to represent, accounts for 80% of the accommodation and tourism services sector, and all these businesses depend heavily on food services regulated by the Public Health Department. The obvious inefficiencies associated with the 31st of December expiration of food badges is a most inconvenient situation that this progression submission will reverse. By any stretch of the imagination, this would require nothing but unanimous support across this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the southwestern part of the island accounted for the greatest number of businesses in Tobago in the post-pandemic period. Despite a macroeconomic environment of hostility, this growth in businesses was largely due to the astute management of the Farley Chavez-led TPP administration. The majority of our businesses are in the services sector, mostly surrounding food.
Okay. You are going to turn it off, are you? I don't quite understand why all the members just simply don't turn off your phones when you get in here. It's a simple thing.
So in light of our tourism dependence, any initiative that fast-tracks and enables the food badge permitting system to be more effective and efficient will ensure a greater level of quality and compliance in the food services sector will be greatly welcome. We also take the opportunity to thank the Minister for bringing this amendment to the relief of the food services sector. Though those on the other side make it seem as if it's a simple amendment, the Minister had the political will to do what they were unable to do. This impacts on single-parent, female-headed households depending on food sales for income. This impacts on school feeding caterers. This impacts on the bed and breakfast sector. It is good for business in general. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of this amendment has the potential to free the administrative burden from the public health officials and allow a greater surveillance of food safety and quality. The Tobago House of Assembly, under the Division of Health and Wellness, has now initiated a further innovation to digitize the permitting system for food badges. This will further enhance the delivery of service on the island. It is important that all aspects of our food ecosystem are operational, provides quality, consistency, and allows for an enhanced ease of doing business in the food services sector. Mr. Speaker, while this amendment may appear to be a simple administrative adjustment, but for many people in Tobago, it will make a real and practical difference. It will reduce unnecessary delays, ease the pressure that business owners experience at the end of every year, and create a smoother process for the many citizens who depend on this sector to earn a living. In Tobago West, we understand clearly how vital the food services sector is to our economy and to our tourism product. From food vendors and small family-run restaurants to guest houses, caterers, and entrepreneurs trying to build a livelihood, many people stand to benefit from a system that is more efficient while still maintaining the proper public health standards that protect our citizens and visitors alike. Mr. Speaker, good governance is not about large projects and major announcements. Sometimes it is about fixing practical problems, improving systems, and making life easier for ordinary, hard-working people. This amendment does exactly that. It supports businesses, it supports workers, and it supports the continued development of the food services sector in Tobago, and by extension, Trinidad and Tobago. I therefore lend my full support to this amendment and commend the Minister for bringing this important measure before this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to just make a very brief intervention as the Minister of Health. I just want to commend my colleague, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, for bringing to this House a very progressive amendment to the Public Health Ordinance. And to commend, of course, my other colleagues who had spoken, to give the social aspect, the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, for her taking the social aspect of it, and of course, the contribution of Tobago West. Sugar cake and Benny Bowl, of course, are foods that we all look forward to whenever we visit Tobago. And of course, the blue food, the street food at Sturge is welcome. And of course, you can see the relevance, Mr. Speaker, of Tobago's importance and the contribution that Tobago West, my colleague, Member of Parliament of Tobago West, has made. I just wanted to address very briefly the minister, the MP for Arima would have made the point about online application. That's noted. I think it's something that we can look at. The member for Arima also spoke about access to medical practitioners. Just to indicate that, there are over 100 health centers in Trinidad and Tobago, and this government has taken the opportunity to extend hours at the health centers. And of course, we will continue to sensitize our doctors in that regard. The Member of Parliament for the Martin Northeast would have made the point about the difficulty in administration, but I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the purpose, this government's main intention and focus is to make the lives of ordinary citizens easier, and therefore, of course, whatever hurdles there are in the administration, we'll look at that. But the purpose of this is really to make the lives of those who we serve easier.
Contrary to what he used to do.
Well, Section 156H, I will take note of that and see whether that needs amendment. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Public Health Ordinance is over 100 years old. It's an old ordinance, 1917, and this government, at the Ministry of Health, we are currently reviewing the Public Health Ordinance. There are many good things about this ordinance, but there are also things that need to be updated in keeping with modern practice, the modern requirements of a healthy society, and so on. So this is one of many steps that you will see coming to this Parliament as we look to amend this legislation and other legislation going forward to protect the health of our citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to emphasize, of course, that this is a big problem. We're talking about food safety. That's an important. This is an important opportunity to say a few words with regards to food safety. 1 in 10 people fall ill after eating contaminated food worldwide. It's a very high statistic, so it's a big public health problem, Mr. Speaker. It is estimated that in 2015, $110 billion in productivity losses and medical expenses caused by unsafe food in 2010. Why is the Minister of Health speaking? Because when people get sick from unsafe food, Mr. Speaker, it impacts on our health services. So it's a very important impact as well on the health services. 33 million dailies, D-A-L-Y, capital D, capital A, capital L, capital Y, small s. 33 million dailies were lost in 2010 from foodborne diseases. What's a daily? Daily refers to disability-adjusted life year. All of us, I'm sure that very few of us in this House, Mr. Speaker, at some point in our lives would have suffered from foodborne illness. And of course, the impact of that. We are very familiar with the symptoms of eating contaminated food. But the impact, of course, is also a social and economic impact in terms of days lost and so on. So food safety is it's a very, very important issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to, my colleague for St. Augustine, though not a doctor, covered the topic quite well in terms of mentioning the impact of the various foodborne diseases, the bacteria, the viruses, and so on. I will not delve into that. Mr. Speaker, I'll quickly pass over this. To put this into perspective, food safety really is about 3 things. It's about the food handler, which is being addressed. It's about food handling, and it's really about food, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the food handler, of course, the medical doctor has a tremendous responsibility to ensure that potential food handlers are in good health and there is no evidence of contagious disease. But I also want to call upon citizens and those who are going to apply for these food badges, and my colleague mentioned some 154,000 badges given every year, to also call upon citizens to have a sense of responsibility, those who are going to handle food. It's important that you yourself make full disclosure and declaration to the doctor who is going to issue the medical certificate. I think it's important to just refresh the public's memory. We are speaking to the population, hopefully, in terms of good food handling. And I mentioned daily there's also the issue of the 4 C's in terms of good food handling. Clean, this first C, washing of hands and so on, we know about this. The second C refers to cutting boards in terms of using different boards and so on for protecting food safety. Cook, in terms of the correct temperature, and chill is very important, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes we think of food safety as buying contaminated food outside, but it's also important to understand that we can get food poisoning in our own homes if the food is not stored properly and at the right temperature. So just to leave in the mind of the public the temperatures that are required. The fridge should be below 4 degrees Celsius. I think that's important. And it's very important as well for cooked food within 1 hour, at most 2 hours of being prepared to be chilled if it's not going to be used. I thought that was an important public health message, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to close a little bit, just to mention a bit about food safety in schools. One of the big issues with food poisoning is that 30% of all victims of food poisoning are children. And of course, they are most vulnerable and they can die from food poisoning. They continue to be a very serious disease. And therefore, those who sell food in schools, it's very, very important that particular attention is paid in that category in terms of the food handling. I just wanted to mention that aspect of it. There are 834 schools in Trinidad and Tobago, my colleague, the Minister of Education, tells me. And of course, in most of those schools, food is prepared and sold. And I think it's important that we mention that. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to close. We're speaking about food safety. I just wanted to make a plug for healthy food, Mr. Speaker. I think it would be remiss of me as a Minister of Health not to make a plug for eating healthy as well. And I just want to appeal to citizens, of course, to eat healthy, to stop smoking, to exercise more. And Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying I again commend and thank my colleague for bringing this very progressive measure to the House. I ask colleagues to support this measure. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Senegal.
Time, take your time. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the members of this House for their contribution to this very simple but very meaningful amendment to the public health ordinance brought by this government. An amendment that will make it administratively easier for our public health officials and more effective and efficient for food entrepreneurs throughout Trinidad as well as Tobago, and has a positive impact on our economy as well as our small and local businesses. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the member for Shogunas East, as a former councillor and a former mayor, also told us of the relevance of her ministry's work and the work that the Ministry of the People and Social Development is doing with small and micro entrepreneurs, who also require to be registered from time to time as food handlers, and how both these ministries and this particular amendment will empower the beneficiaries whom our minister is, as a very, very dedicated person who came from local government, is giving a reality to the dreams of those applicants in the Ministry of the People and Social Development, and for that I commend her. Mr. Speaker, we on this side also had the perspective of the member for Tobago, a member who is always here, always participating, and always on the ground with the people of Tobago. But he, in fact, was able to bring a perspective to take it further to show us how this will have a positive impact on tourism, on the hotel industry, on the food industry, and how his own constituents in Tobago will be positively impacted, something that the opposition didn't even think about. Mr. Speaker, the very well-respected Minister of Health today, Dr. Lackram Bodoe, who has decades of experience as a medical doctor, also brought his perspective. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I commend him. I am not too sure, though, what happened on the other side. Mr. Speaker, they started off with the official leader of the party, who indicated an understanding of the local and practical impact, an understanding of the law, an understanding of the application process and the administration in the regional corporation, and made suggestions. But as soon as she stepped out of the chamber, remember Fadego Martin Northeast, it all went astray. Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, it was very clear that the member for Fadego Martin Northeast does not have an appreciation of the practical nightmare. Over 70,000 food badges expiring at once on December 31st, every single year has. He questioned whether the applications made during the year were those same people. Sometimes it is. Sometimes people don't register on time or renew on time, but you know, sometimes they are new applicants. They apply anytime during the year, it might be a new applicant. He seemed lost. By his argument, Mr. Speaker, when he talked about it is practical to have all the food badges expire at once, he was given an opinion totally opposed to the member for Aiyna. The member for Aiyna supported this. I thought she spoke on behalf of the opposition. I thought her members that followed would support the thing. This man, the member for Fadego Martin Northeast went on to say that it is not practical to have these food badges expiring at different times of the year, because he believes that in 3 months after December 31st hit, in 3 months, the food inspector should make a sweep of the country, and anybody who does not have a food badge, valid food badge, should just get a charge. Just locked up people? What is this? Mr. Speaker, by his argument, driver's permits, bar license, dancehall license, passports, ID card, your vehicle inspection, everything should just expire on the 31st of December. It makes no sense. No sense at all. Mr. Speaker, the license for the other side expired on April 28th of 2025. Mr. Speaker, the member for Fadego Martin Northeast, he himself did admit, in all fairness, that he does not understand. His words, he said, he does not understand. Mr. Speaker, he also, the member for Fadego Martin, the member for Fadego Martin, amazingly, was a minister of local government at some time, you know. Can you imagine that a former minister of local government, now in opposition, is speaking on this topic with an absolute lack of understanding and an appreciation for the small man and the food handlers and the municipal corporations who process food cards? Totally out of it. Mr. Speaker, I cry shame on the member for Fadego Martin Northeast. Mr. Speaker, the member for Fadego Martin Northeast spoke about 156H. First of all, 156H has absolutely no relevance to this. Absolutely no relevance. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I suspect he misquoted the subsection. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But for the information of those in the House and those listening on,
CBC can't find what you're talking about.
Mr. Speaker, what I suspect he was referring to was the public health ordinance, the section the part that deals with hotels, restaurants, shops where food is sold in retail, and the 156 says a local authority may make bylaws for any and all of the following matters, and they list several, A to G. And H, he quoted H. Sorry, A to N. And he quoted H. And H says, the registration of all persons conveying or delivering from house to house for purposes of sale, selling or offering for sale outside of any building or in any street, square, or other public place, any foodstuff, bread, cakes, pastry, or other confectionery, cooked food, sweet drinks, ices, or other solid or liquid refreshments, and the issues of badges denoting registration of such persons. Mr. Speaker, lower down in that same section, it says, that same subsection says, every registration under subsection 1 of this section shall, unless cancelled, be and continue to be enforced from the date of issue until the 31st of December next thereafter. So I don't know where he got October from. I don't know what website he went on. I mean, he was totally out of it. Mr. Speaker, even the CPC staff who is waiting in the wings to come to deal with any amendments, if we have any, as they usually do in the House, even they are trying to find the subsection, his 156H. It does not exist. It does not exist. Mr. Diego Martin Northeast is a senior member of this House, and particularly for me as a local government representative and him being a former Minister of Local Government, I was excited, I was anxious to hear, I was looking forward. I thought he would have some recommendations. I thought he would have something that made sense. I thought he was coming to support ARIMA, to say that this is a good measure and it will make things administratively easier. Instead, he totally missed the point. I don't know how many political leaders there are on that side. I don't know what the competition is like. I see musical chairs often between Diego Martin, Northeast, Port of Spain, North St. Anne's.
As I said before, not a kind of debate today.
Mr. Speaker, I was just referencing that because Arima was outside of the chamber and Diego Martin was talking. So it's musical chairs, and then we have a totally different view. No coordination, no discussion, no caucus. The opposition is at best irresponsible in their democratic duty in this House. Because today we are hearing the leader saying one thing and a member saying something that is diametrically opposed to it. And on top of that, you know, the manner that Diego Martin Northeast, he sounded as though he wanted to school us, as though he was giving us history and good information. Mr. Speaker, for the information of those concerned, I will provide some reliable information on what a registry is. So there is a 156H that I read that refers to creating a registry of food vendors. Creating a registry of food vendors is not the same as issuing a food handler's badge. A registry is an official list, a record that the regional corporations could make, the public health, the CMOH departments would make. It is a collection of data. The regional corporation keep these records. They keep name, addresses, telephone numbers, the type of foodstuff and so on that these vendors provide, and they keep a registry or a record. That is what a registry is. If you do a quick look at the dictionary, it tells you the meaning of registry. So, Mr. Speaker, while I respond to the members opposite, I want to not spend my time wasting it on the opposition. I want to take the opportunity to give some good information on the people who are interested in the application process, the people who are food vendors, the people who might be concerned about the application process changing as it's being modernized. I wanted to also tell the public that this government remains committed to improving the efficiency and accessibility of public services. While this amendment might be very small in scope compared to numerous groundbreaking legislation brought by this government, it represents an important modernization of the registration framework under the Public Health Ordinance. Mr. Speaker, this UNC government, led by the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, is about serving the people. Very importantly, I want to point out that this amendment does not remove or diminish any regulatory safeguards relating to food safety, sanitation, or public health oversight. The powers of the local authorities, the health inspectors, remain fully intact. Rather, this amendment simply ensures that the validity period for registrations operate in a more logical, equitable, and administratively sound manner, not like what was suggested by Dingo Martin Northeast. Mr. Speaker, for the information of the public, while this debate is going on, you know it is live streamed, and there are people who message and ask questions. So for the record, I want to inform the public that in order to obtain a food handler's badge in Trinidad and Tobago, applicants must pursue the following steps. First, they must get the application form. It includes a medical form, and applicants can pick up these at their regional corporation, at their borough corporation, at their city corporation, whether it is Shoguanas, Dingo Martin, Tunapuna, Piako. Every regional corporation has a desk for it. They can also download it online. You can download it online and print it and go to your medical practitioner. The second step is to have a certified medical professional examine you and fill out the medical certificate. Of course, you can go to a private doctor, but you can also go to a public health center, a hospital. You can go to any one of the medical facilities that are available, and our Minister of Health spoke about the extended opening hours of public health centers that makes it even easier for applicants. You are then to gather your completed medical form and 2 passport-size photos and a valid national ID, which is a passport or national ID card, and submit your documents to the Public Health Department at your regional corporation and pay the processing fee. Different regional corporations, of course, have the power and the authority to put whatever price they believe is reasonable for administrative cost. And so the prices vary in Trinidad between $80 and $100. Applicants are required to attend a mandatory food safety lecture arranged by the corporation. And it is only when they complete that process that they will receive a badge. Whereas, at present, this badge will have expired on December 31st of the year that you apply for it. This amendment now makes it easier so that the food badge expires on the anniversary of the date that it was issued to the applicant. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many people know that applicants can be as young as 16 years old. If you are 16 years and older, you can apply for a food badge. And of course, we went through in the debate who can and should apply. But I also want to say that vendors on pavements and roadways where vending is prohibited, even if they have a food badge, the location of where they are vending is regulated by the authorities as well. And many times, there is a safety issue. Some of you may recall some years ago, there was a family who stopped on the highway to purchase from a vendor at the side of the highway, and a vehicle ran off the highway, slammed into them, and the wife died while the husband was outside purchasing. So safety is a big issue, and therefore, we must know that having a food badge doesn't mean you are automatically can apply. Where vendors are operating in a car park or a vacant lot, they must have permission from the owner. And as I mentioned before, the badge is now valid for 1 year. Food badges must be on display at all times. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that this amendment does not remove or diminish any regulatory safeguards relating to food safety, and that is of note. The bill before this House, Mr. Speaker, is the result of careful policy review and administrative consideration, and as Minister with the responsibility for rural development and local government, aimed at improving the practical operation of law. Mr. Speaker, I commend this amendment as sensible, administratively necessary, and fair. It addresses a long-standing concern affecting registrants under the Public Health Ordinance and introduces a more equitable and practical system for the administration of registrations by local authorities. I want to take this opportunity to advise all potential applicants, all current food badge holders, and all food business owners to ensure that they are compliant. I want to take this opportunity to send a message to our public health officials who are involved in the processing of this fee, this food badge application, to maintain the integrity of this process because of how critical this is to food safety. I know, as a matter of fact, that there have been reports to us at the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government of suspected instances where employees, members of the public, are involved in what is essentially fraud. Because they collect money, sometimes people are non-nationals, people come from different walks of life, they go, they get the food badges and carry it back for the person for a fee. That is the reality of our system. And I am warning public health personnel to ensure that they uphold the integrity of food badge application and that any person suspected of wrongdoing be reported to the police. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you for this opportunity.
Honourable Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? Say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4.
Honourable Minister of Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered for each clause, for the singular clause to be considered. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The ayes have it. The House shall now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the single clause in the bill. Two clauses, right?
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? Say no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the House. Honourable Minister of Local Government.
Yes, no. Yes, no. Right, Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments, and I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? Say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Minister of Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Ordinance, Chapter 12, Number 4.
Honourable members, there's a second bill on the order paper. I propose to take the break now so that we don't truncate the debate. So now it's 6 minutes to 4. We'll get back here at 4:30. So I see some disquiet. I guess the members want their 45 minutes. So we'll come back at 4:40. 4:40 we'll come back. For 4:45, let's round it off to 4:45. 4:45 we come back. Thank you. House is suspended. Patoko Sangigrandi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice Deoxyribonucleic Acid Act, Chapter 534, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the bill being presented here today seeks to fill legislative gaps in the Administration of Justice Act 534, hereinafter referred to as the DNA Act, by providing for the taking of DNA samples from nationals designated as returnees or foreign terrorist fighters upon their return into this jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, the DNA Act, the parent act, was assented to on May 12, 2012. This act provides the legislative framework for the collection and submission of evidence from crime scenes and samples from individuals for forensic DNA analysis. Mr. Speaker, the regulations which gave effect to the DNA Act came into effect on June 7, 2018. The regulations allowed the custodian unit to commence operations for buccal swab DNA sampling of specific persons and for adherence to internationally accepted storage transportation guidelines for physical evidence collection by authorized persons. Mr. Speaker, the DNA legislation serves to enhance the criminal justice system by providing a well-founded system by which individuals involved in criminal offenses can be identified. Part 3 of the DNA Act specifically references the National Forensic DNA Data Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. And this data bank is an electronic repository of DNA profiles gathered from crime scenes and specific individuals mentioned in the DNA Act, more particularly Section 7.1. And the data bank is an investigative tool for law enforcement, and its primary functions are to, 1, determine perpetrators or potential suspects of unsolved crimes, 2, to ascertain the source of crime-related biological strains or materials, and 3, link crime scenes to other crime scenes. These functions are carried out once stored DNA profiles are searched, compared, and cross-referenced in a standard, secure format to find matches and familial associations. The Databank Custodian Unit is the steward of the NFDD and establishes, oversees, maintains, and manages all operations related to it in accordance with international best practice. Mr. Speaker, the aim of the Custodian Unit is to provide a reliable, secure, and confidential DNA data bank operating at international standards in order to increase the crime detection rate, decrease wrongful convictions, solve cold cases, identify missing or unidentified persons, thereby providing family members with closure, and to deter criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, as a law enforcement tool, it must be ensured that qualified personnel can lawfully obtain DNA samples from returnees and foreign terrorist fighters upon arrival at a port of entry, thereby strengthening the evidentiary basis for any criminal-related investigations. It is the duty of the government to put in place necessary measures to ensure the safety and well-being of citizens. This bill is a manifestation of that resolve. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to focus a bit on the work of the NFDD. And the custodial unit is a standalone facility, and it is mandated by the Parent Act to act independently. The following comparisons are performed by the unit to assist the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. 1, forensic to forensic match or stain to stain. These are DNA profiles developed from crime scene material, forensic unknowns or stains, and are compared against DNA profiles from other crime scenes to identify potential links between different investigations. 2, forensic to person match or stain to person. These are DNA profiles developed from crime scene materials or forensic unknowns or stains and are compared against DNA profiles from accused persons, suspects, arrestees, detainees, convicted offenders, identified deceased victims, suspected missing persons, unidentified human remains, and individuals mentioned in the 3rd schedule of the DNA Act to link a subject with a particular crime. And 3, DNA profiles developed from unidentified human remains, which are compared against DNA profiles from family members of suspected missing persons to determine whether there is a familial association between these DNA profiles. In accordance with Section 8 of the Act, the profiles uploaded and stored are provided by the TTF-SC and laboratories approved by the Minister by notification. These entities must agree to the technical requirements of the NFDD prior to becoming an NFDD participating laboratory. Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that all DNA profiles in relation to the investigation, prosecution of offences committed before or after coming into the Act, generated from the NFDD participatory laboratories and obtained from individuals, offenders, victims, and goes through processes to identify persons under suspicion, identify deceased persons, and in other cases to eliminate certain persons, and all are eligible for inclusion. So this is not intended to just those categories of persons these amendments refer to. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, the custodian unit has been able to achieve certain goals in terms of training and procurement, and more particularly, I'm pleased to say, has been able to procure 15,000 buccal swab kits for the continuation of the buccal swab sample collection exercises, and has collected 842 non-intimate reference samples from persons specified in the third schedule pursuant to Section 15 of the DNA Act. Mr. Speaker, I can state that the government and the ministry in particular is taking all necessary steps to ensure that the performance of the NFDD improves by firstly, addressing the matter of the vacant positions in the organizational structure of the custodial unit. Advertisements were placed for positions such as Deputy Custodian Manager, Data Bank Analyst, and Business Operations Assistant 2. The Ministry of Justice is in the process of preparing the shortlist for these said positions. And secondly, addressing the matter of having the TTFC being accredited, the ministry is urgently working with an international accrediting agency to have this matter seen to completion. In the interim, the TTFC, or the Forensic Science Center, will work with the NFDD to comply with the technical requirements for participation and take any other required steps to have the backlog at the biology section addressed. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason for today's amendments. Mr. Speaker, it was noted that in recent months, the number of persons falling under the categories of returnees and foreign terrorist fighters returning to Trinidad and Tobago has increased. The statistics from the Immigration Division, Ministry of Homeland Security, have revealed that over the period, the last 18 months, approximately May 25th, 2024 to November 2025, 6 persons returned from conflict zones, comprising 2 adults and 4 children. These individuals were not able to be classified as deported persons, and as a result, their DNA samples could not be collected at the port of entry. They were, as a result, permitted to reintegrate into society without a biological record. Now, one may wonder, Mr. Speaker, why this should be an issue. A check of the website of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime states that foreign terrorist fighters travel to conflict zones to engage in terrorist acts and thereafter seek to return to their countries of origin and seek to in many cases, seek to reintegrate. Consequently, the United Nations Security Council in 2014 adopted Resolution 2178, which required member states to enhance their criminal responses to foreign terrorist fighters by introducing measures to detect, prevent, and criminalize the travel and related activities of foreign terrorist fighters. Further, in December 2017, the Security Council unanimously adopted Resolution 2396. This resolution addressed the risks posed by foreign terrorist fighters returning from conflict zones. It called upon member states to strengthen their efforts to stem the threat emanating from returning and relocating foreign terrorist fighters and their family members, including women and children, through measures on border control, criminal justice, and information sharing. Mr. Speaker, it is known that in 2018, the country would have amended its Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, and the term foreign terrorist fighter was included in the amendments and is defined as follows. The definition states that a foreign terrorist fighter is an individual who commits an offense under Section 15A. And Section 15A(1) states a person who knowingly and without lawful excuse travels for the purpose of A, planning a terrorist act, B, committing a terrorist act, C, supporting a terrorist act, or D, facilitating the commission of a terrorist act, commits an offense and shall, on conviction on indictment, be liable to a fine of $25 million and to imprisonment for 25 years. And sub 2, a person who commits an offense under subsection 1 shall be deemed to be a foreign terrorist fighter. And for the purpose of sub 3, for the purposes of this section, support includes, but it is not limited to, A, an offer to provide for the provision of expertise or skill, B, an offer to provide or the provision of documents, and C, entering or remaining in any country for the purpose of committing or facilitating a terrorist act. Mr. Speaker, to date, these persons, many persons, remain outside of this jurisdiction and have not yet been repatriated. There is therefore, Mr. Speaker, an immediate and pressing need to strengthen the state's capacity to conduct forensic identification and evidence collection in relation to returnees and foreign terrorist fighters. The legislation is therefore in need of amendment to include FTFs, or foreign terrorist fighters, and returnees, given their connections to international terror activities and groups, and to safeguard the citizens of this country. The current legislative framework does not allow for the collection of samples from these individuals, and as such, an amendment to allow the collection of non-intimate reference samples from them without consent is being proposed. This will allow linking returnees and the foreign terrorist fighters to forensic evidence in criminal proceedings where applicable. Mr. Speaker, it is being proposed that the DNA Act be amended to introduce a specific definition of returnee and foreign terrorist fighter, and to extend the scope of Section 16(1) to explicitly provide for the collection of non-intimate DNA samples from returnees and foreign terrorist fighters without consent at points of entry into Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I will now proceed to a clause-by-clause examination of the bill. The DNA Bill 2026, Administration of Justice, DNA Amendment Bill 2026, contains 4 clauses. Clause 1 of the bill provides for the short title. Clause 2 contains the interpretation provision. And Mr. Speaker, at the committee stage, there may be amendments circulated for clauses 3 and 4. Clauses 3 and 4 amends Section 4 of the Act by inserting definitions for foreign terrorist fighter and has the meaning assigned to it under Section 15A of the Anti-Terrorism Act. And Clause 3 also defines returnee as meaning, quote, a person who is entering Trinidad and Tobago from a declared geographical area where terrorist acts have occurred or are occurring and who was detained in a facility, camp, or place of detention in that declared geographical area. Close quotation. However, Mr. Speaker, only Part A of the definition for returnee, which was derived from the returnee bill under legislative review, was included. it is recommended that part of B in the definition also be included in the amendment of the DNA Act so as to broaden the scope of the definition. Additionally, the term declared geographical area, as referred to in the definition, has not been defined in the bill. It is proposed that its meaning be expressly stated, consistent with that contained in the Anti-Terrorism Act. Furthermore, the term terrorist acts have not been identified. It is proposed that this be given the meaning assigned to it under the Anti-Terrorism Act. Based on the proposed amendments, the definition would be expanded to now read that a returnee means a person who is entering Trinidad and Tobago, A, from a declared geographical area, within the meaning assigned to it under Section 2.1 of the Anti-Terrorism Act, where terrorist acts as defined under Section 2.1 of the Act have occurred or are occurring, or who was detained in a facility, camp, or place of detention in a declared geographical area, or B, who the minister with responsibility for the Anti-Terrorism Act has reasonable grounds to believe that this person poses a threat or risk of committing a terrorist act and who is not a foreign terrorist fighter. Clause 4, the definition of returnee as derived from the returnee bill and laid out in Clause 3 does not deem an individual to be a returnee, whereas the definition of foreign terrorist fighter as derived from 15A of the Anti-Terrorism Act does. It is proposed, therefore, that the term deemed not be used in connection with returnee, but only in relation to foreign terrorist fighter. And based on this amendment, Section 16 of the Administration of Justice DNA Act would read, open quotation, 16.1, where a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago is deported from any place from outside of Trinidad and Tobago, or is a returnee under Section 4, or is deemed to be a foreign terrorist fighter under Section 4, a non-intimate sample shall be taken from that citizen without his consent upon his arrival into Trinidad and Tobago by a qualified person at any port of entry. Clause 5 amends Section 16.1 of the Act by inserting after the words outside of Trinidad and Tobago the words or is deemed to be a returnee under Section 4 or a foreign terrorist fighter under Section 4. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate that some may think these measures are unfair. However, one need only remember the genesis that brought us to where we are today as a matter of historical fact. Mr. Speaker, this bill we seek to pass this bill with a simple majority. It is noted that it is being proposed that the returnees and foreign terrorist fighters provide a non-intimate sample without their consent, and some persons may be of the view that fundamental rights may be infringed. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that the procedure being used is the same as that for citizens who have been deported, and the samples that will be obtained from the returnees and foreign terrorist fighters are non-intimate samples. Mr. Speaker, while we may want our citizens to return home, we must be cognizant of where they are returning from and the types of activities they may have been involved in. So that, Mr. Speaker, we do not believe that this bill requires a special majority under, that requires a 3/5 majority under Section 13. We are mindful that the Constitution must be treated with respect. However, individual rights must be balanced against the overriding public interest and the interest of national security and the safety of our citizens and the state's duty to protect all citizens collectively. Therefore, I do not propose to go into the Privy Council judgments of Surat and Suraj in any great detail. I'm sorry? Yes. We are of the view that the bill, in context, seeks to deal with a legitimate aim, and the measures we propose to introduce are proportionate and rationally connected to the aims of the legislation. One minute, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, can I ask how I am with time? I have lots.
23 minutes more.
23 more.
Well, 22, actually.
22, yes. Mr. Speaker, this bill is fundamentally about national security preparedness, modern intelligence capability, and the public protection in an era of transnational terrorism. We are not here referring to terrorism that is limited to religious or ideological beliefs born out of radicalization. And the context is that terrorism today is no longer confined by geography, nor is it limited to ideological or religious radicalization. We accept that threat actors move across borders to exploit failed regions and thereafter attempt reintegration into civilian environments. The state therefore has a responsibility to ensure that our legislative framework evolves with the threat landscape, and this includes threats of where the landscape includes threats of violence committed by persons in different places across the globe and in different theaters of war and violence. And because security threats are ever-changing, our legal framework must modernize and adapt to deal with these emerging threats. The legislative objective, Mr. Speaker, is therefore to strengthen the administration of the Act, expanding DNA sampling requirements to foreign terrorist fighters, expanding sampling to returnees from terrorism-affected areas, and aligning the DNA Act with the Anti-Terrorism Act 1207 to ensure that there's synergy with both frameworks. And our operational goal is to improve identification capability, to establish rapid identity verification for high-risk individuals. Our government we've resolved to strengthen our intelligence coordination because this is necessary in circumstances such as these. And the bill, in essence, would support counterterrorism operations by enabling investigative linkages and threat assessments, and it would enhance border security for Trinidad and Tobago by identifying individuals upon entry or re-entry into Trinidad and Tobago. And this matters, Mr. Speaker, because modern terrorism networks operate across multiple jurisdictions and different types of theaters. Foreign terrorist fighters frequently move through unstable regions, and as I said before, returnees enter civilian migration channels without verification mechanisms. So it's necessary to prevent such reintegration where there may be a substantial risk to national security. And We all know from how DNA works that biological identification creates accountability where documentation would fail. We all know of the inherent risk of relying on non-scientific forms with the heightened risk of fraudulent activity. So this bill would provide forensic intelligence, a forensic intelligence advantage, and the DNA capability would be strengthened so that there is identity verification, so that we confirm actual identity as opposed to relying on documentation. There'll be an investigative linkage so that we connect individuals to crime scenes, organizations, or terror networks from wherever. It provides forensic intelligence so that it aids in building patterns across incidents and jurisdictions. It aids in future prosecution capability by preserving evidence for legal proceedings where the evidence threshold is met. In counterterrorism operations, Mr. Speaker, delayed identification, we all know, would create operational risk, and the operational risk in terrorist matters are not the type of risk that any government serious about national security should take. This bill eliminates that delay. Mr. Speaker, the philosophy is therefore one that is preventive and not based on reactive considerations. This is not a response to a specific incident or a specific group or a specific group of persons, but will extend to all those who at one time or another may be captured by the legislation based, of course, on the existence of a factual matrix which place them in certain zones of or theaters of violence and war. Mr. Speaker, the standard, the DNA collection, we all know is now is a standard component of any modern society and modern national security architecture globally. And this bill, the amendments, would bring Trinidad and Tobago into alignment with best practice and allows us to trace persons from different theaters through a continuum of time up to arrest, detention, and return, and thereafter can provide the evidential linkages if a prosecution is mounted. So it's not a reactive bit of legislation, it is simply anticipatory national security policy designed to protect our citizens and to prevent the risk of harm. The bill strikes a balance between individual human rights and collective security. There is, we say, there is constitutional compliance. The bill does not suspend constitutional protections, nor does it in any way derogate from fair trial rights and protections, and it operates within existing judicial frameworks. And we all, again, DNA, as we've seen in the last few years, when used in the courts, is a powerful forensic tool, and collection in this context does not necessarily imply that it's a precursor for prosecution. It may, and there are protections because samples would remain in lawful custody with the existing safeguards that comply with international standards. And the usage in this context would be limited to identifying persons who engage in terror activities. Again, there are due process safeguards. The categories in the legislation are precisely defined and restricted. The authority remains with properly constituted security agencies samples are collected under existing statutory frameworks, and the evidence is subject to judicial oversight where there is a prosecution, and subject to the rules of evidence regarding admissibility and in accordance with fair trial and due process safeguards. Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me to simply make reference to comparative international, the position of other countries internationally. In the United Kingdom, the UK permits DNA and biometric collection under the Terrorism Act and the Counter-Terrorism and Border Security legislation. And authorities in the UK may collect biometric data from terror suspects and returnees for intelligence and investigative purposes. In the United States, the FBI's CODIS DNA database integrates forensic DNA profiling into counter-terrorism, violent crime investigations, and also used in border security enforcement. In the US also collects biometric data from terror detainees and foreign terrorist fighters through their intelligence systems, mainly those under Homeland Security. In Canada, Canada's anti-terrorism framework permits extensive biometric and intelligence cooperation in monitoring extremist returnees and high-risk travelers. And in Australia, Australia implemented enhanced monitoring frameworks for foreign terrorist fighters and those returning from conflict regions linked to ISIS and other extremist organizations. And the initiatives implemented in Australia, they include biometric monitoring, control orders, and intelligence-led surveillance. And in France, following ISIS-related attacks, France significantly expanded biometric intelligence gathering and tracking terrorists through databases, and have implemented returnee monitoring systems. So that the bill we seek to introduce here today, in essence, is in keeping with international best practice in terms of the national security apparatus dealing with persons who have come from different theaters, and seeks to offer protection to the public so that these persons, those who are able to be reintegrated, can be reintegrated into society, whereas those who, through DNA, those who are linked to certain types of devious conduct, they will be, in essence, processed under the existing legislation, and where necessary, where the evidence passes the threshold, they will be prosecuted. So, Mr. Speaker, the core message is that this bill is fundamentally about national security preparedness, modern intelligence capabilities, and public protection in an era of transnational terrorism. 8 minutes, thanks. The amendment strengthens the DNA Act, as indicated earlier, and expands the DNA sampling requirements to foreign terrorist fighters. It also expands sampling to returnees from terrorist-affected areas, and it seeks to have a synergy on alignment between the DNA Act and the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207. So, Mr. Speaker, In essence, if I can... Oh, I have to end this now. Yes. If I can just reiterate that this bill brings Trinidad and Tobago into alignment with international best practice and allows us to trace persons who are potentially seeking to return from the aforementioned theaters of war and violence, and for the purposes earlier enunciated. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I beg that we all consider that public safety and civil liberties in the context of the world in which we exist and the situation in which we find ourselves, that they must coexist within a lawful framework and a balance that respects the individual rights, but also takes into account the rights of the majority and the duty of the government to protect all of us from persons who may very well not be involved in anything, but who have the potential to pose a serious risk to national security. National security today, Mr. Speaker, depends on intelligence precision and not outdated frameworks, so we are seeking to update because modern terrorism is transnational, ever-changing, and seeks to exploit legislative gaps, and we are seeking to close those gaps. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice, Deoxyribonucleic Acid Act, Chapter 534, be now read a second time. Member for Ruka-Lupino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very privileged to represent the opposition's response and to state clearly our position on this very important bill. The bill can be very deceptive in the sense that there are just 3 or 4 clauses which allows for the expansion of DNA testing for 2 categories of persons. That is foreign terrorist fighter, and there's a definition for a foreign terrorist fighter, and returnees. And when you look at the intention of the bill, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing objectionable about the intention of the bill. And if you allow me to read the explanatory note that accompanied the bill, it simply states that it will include sampling requirements for foreign terrorist fighters and returnees from areas where acts of terrorism have occurred or is occurring, thereby strengthening national security and counter-terrorism efforts. The objective of the bill is to expand DNA sampling under the Act and to align the provisions of the Act with the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, thereby enabling the identification and DNA sampling of individuals posing elevated security risk upon entry or re-entry into Trinidad and Tobago from regions affected by terrorism. Mr. Speaker, so I would want to say from the outset that the opposition supports the intention of this critical piece of legislation. But I was a bit disappointed by the previous speaker, because what I was hoping to hear from the speaker, the Minister of Defense, was what was the government, or rather is the government's policy with respect to returning citizens from conflict zones who are regarded as foreign terrorist fighters and returnees. Because this matter has engaged our national attention for some time in this country. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, before the previous government left office, there were two committees looking at the complexity of bringing back persons who would have left their homeland to go into conflict zones to engage in terrorist activities. And we had evidence that in Trinidad and Tobago, it's well known that a number of our citizens would have left Trinidad and Tobago and migrated and traveled to conflict zones to engage in terrorist activities in Iraq, in Syria, and in Turkey. And a number of groups emerged in the national community that lobbied the PNM government to come up with a policy to return foreign terrorist fighters back to Trinidad and Tobago, especially children and or women. As a result of that, the previous PNM government would have put in place a committee that is termed the Nightingale Committee, and I hope I could get some chance in my contribution to talk more about the work that they have done and the composition of that very important committee. And then there was the Repatriation Committee that was led and chaired by a former Speaker of the House, the Honorable Nizam Mohammed, who was working with the government, the then government, to come up with policies and programs that will lay the foundation and the groundwork for returning persons or Trinidadians, persons with Trinidadian parentage, back into Trinidad and Tobago, and to have them reintegrated into the society. Mr. Speaker, this bill in itself will not solve all of the nuances and all of the challenges that are associated with returning persons from conflict zones. There are many countries around the world, Mr. Speaker, including the United States and Europe, the Caribbean, and in Asia, that grappled with policies, programs, and legislation to return their citizens who would have gone and traveled to conflict zones to engage in terrorist activities. Many of them, Mr. Speaker, did not complete. Some of them were reluctant. Some of them were deliberately reluctant to have those persons return into their countries or back to their homeland because of the threat that exists if those persons and if policies and programs were not put in place for their full reintegration in the society. Because, Mr. Speaker, you can just imagine some of those persons who may have not been born in your country or who would have migrated for a long period of time would have espoused radical ideologies and would have been seriously radicalized by having been associated with other terrorists from other regions and being exposed, Mr. Speaker, to some of the worst crimes against humanity. And that if you do not put in place, and if a country and a government does not put in place policies and programs for the full reintegration of some of those persons, some of these activities and crimes and criminal activities and terrorist activities, Mr. Speaker, can become homegrown activities. And it can change the entire criminal landscape that can pose serious threat even to our own national security. Because oftentimes, local national security agencies are not equipped from a law enforcement perspective, from an intelligence perspective, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the issues that may arise if a government or a state fails to put in place a proper and a comprehensive program to reintegrate returnees and foreign terrorist fighters back into their society, Mr. Speaker. The education sector also has to play a very important role. The social services sector must also play a very important role, Mr. Speaker, and that's the reason why I was a bit disappointed, or not rather a bit, but I was very disappointed having listened to the Minister of Defense only speaking about the bill in terms of DNA sampling and biometric sampling to increase intelligence, to expand the impact of the DNA legislation, but the minister, speaking on behalf of the government, failed miserably to tell the country what is the government's policy, what is the government's program to bring back into Trinidad and Tobago returnees and foreign terrorist fighters and to have them reintegrated into the society. It is not about their DNA sample being placed on a DNA data bank, and we, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, should consider ourselves, pat ourselves on the back, that all shall be well. And those persons will be reintegrated into the society and live normal lives. Mr. Speaker, it is not that simple. The bill in itself is not objectionable, but this bill will not have the effect that we expect to have if the government does not put in place other policies and programs that will support the full impact of this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason why we in the opposition, even though we will support the bill, we will call upon the government and let the government know that this issue is a very serious matter, that if not handled well, and if you refuse and or fail to put the necessary policies and programs in place for full reintegration of returnees and foreign terrorist fighters, then we are playing with the stability of our national security, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to, and I heard the minister referring to the United Nations Security Council document, a UN document, and I will speak to that document. It's dated, it's a resolution 2178, dated 2014. And I will regale the Parliament by reading parts of that document so that we can understand the complexity of this whole issue of returnees and foreign terrorist fighters and laying a framework for their full reintegration into the national community. So the United Nations Security Council Counter-Terrorism Committee Executive Directorate, speaking about foreign terrorist fighters. On 24th September 2014, at a meeting held at the level of heads of state of government, the Security Council unanimously adopted its resolution 2178-2014 to address the acute and growing threat posed by foreign terrorist fighters. The resolution defines foreign terrorist fighters as individuals who travel to a state other than their state of residence or nationality for the purpose of the perpetration, planning, or preparation of, or participation in terrorist acts, or the providing or receiving of terrorist training, including in connection with armed conflict, and further notes that foreign terrorist fighters increase the intensity, the duration, and complexity of conflicts and may constitute a serious danger to their states of origin, transit, destination, as well as neighboring zones of armed conflict in which they are active. At that time, the foreign terrorist fighters threat was evolving rapidly and was unlikely to be fully contained in the short term. And a significant longer-term risk was posed by foreign terrorist fighters returning to their countries of origin or upon their arrival in third countries. The Security Council stated that terrorist organizations such as Al-Qaeda, the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant, and associated groups had attracted over 30,000 foreign terrorist fighters to the conflict zones of the Middle East from over 100 member states. And because the related threats, the related challenges were by their nature international, the Council called on states to enhance their international cooperation in preventing their travel, noting that attempts to combat the threat through a purely domestic approach will not work. And then, Mr. Speaker, let me take the Parliament to a document prepared in Washington, Challenges Posed by Returning Foreign Fighters. And therein lies the crux of this argument, the challenges posed by returning foreign fighters. And the country will understand that it is not only about expanding the reach of your DNA legislation, because yes, that is part of it, but it must be accompanied by a comprehensive approach to support exactly what we are trying to do here in this legislation. I'm saying that because the Prime Minister, when she was leader of the opposition then, said, like many things, promised in 2014, speaking during a Ramadan event in 2014, said that the UNC showed that the UNC would put in place a program to return all foreign terrorist fighters and returnees back into Trinidad and Tobago. But sounds very interesting, 2024. So when I saw the bill, I said, well, okay, well, now we are hearing, after a year in government, that the government will have a comprehensive policy to give effect to what the Prime Minister would have said and promised in 2024. Mr. Speaker, this Hoffman and Furlong program of extremism would have pointed to many challenges faced by states in repatriating foreign terrorist fighters. And allow me to quote page 3 in that article. To date, most of the states have been called to face the problem of returning foreign fighters, are unable or unwilling to find an adequate, coherent, and consistent response to the challenge. Several international actors have been pressuring countries around the world to take back their foreign fighters. President Trump, in particular, has been pressuring European countries to take back their foreign fighters, even threatening to release ISIS fighters at European borders if France, Germany, and European countries do not take back their captured nationals. In addition to these pressures by the US, online campaigns to free female prisoners supportive of the Islamic State detained by the SDF emerged in October 2019, and a group of Dutch ISIS women and their children have sued the Dutch state, threatening to hold the government liable for their suffering if the state doesn't repatriate them. Finally, groups of foreign policy and national security professionals have also made the case for repatriating foreign fighters, women, and children held in camps in northern Syria. And in November 2019, several council members of the European Council on Foreign Relations, a pan-European think tank focusing on European foreign and security policy, issued an open letter which urged European governments to immediately begin a program of managed repatriation of ISIS foreign fighters in Syria. It goes on. Another open letter was published again by other American and British national security professionals. And in the preceding paragraph, it talks about the challenges. While the numbers of captured foreign fighters today are much higher than in previous historical cases, the challenges associated in dealing with returning foreign fighters are not entirely new. As David Mallet and Rachel Haynes note, the potential threat that foreign fighters, also known as foreign terrorist fighters, pose to their countries of residence once they return from the battlefield has concerned policymakers since the invasion of Afghanistan even back in 2001. And in the context of ISIS, returnees' public debates on how governments should deal with such individuals had already emerged by 2017 after a significant number of foreign fighters returned from Syria to Europe. However, this debate became much more urgent following the collapse of ISIS, the ISIS territory, and the mass surrender of ISIS fighters. And in dealing with this challenge, states have several different options. Although the legal responses to foreign fighters may vary significantly from state to state, depending on the political system and the legal tradition in each state, 4 main options can be identified in response to this very, very important issue. And Mr. Speaker, the policy and this document would have said and recommended that a government must have a comprehensive repatriation policy first, a rehabilitation framework to support the legislation, a national security impact assessment, and it goes on. It goes on, Mr. Speaker, that national security agencies must be strengthened, they must be properly trained, specifically, and when those foreign terrorist fighters and returnees are returned back into their jurisdiction, it is not only about following them and knowing exactly what they are doing, but your social services, your education services, your intelligence services, mental health professionals, and child protection agencies must be fully equipped in order to treat with the challenges. Mr. Speaker, these are people who may be potentially and who may be very radicalized. And if you do not put in place a system to de-radicalize them, then they can pose a serious issue to national security in your country. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of problems, as you know. Even in the state of emergency, we are hearing of mass murders. And recently, Mr. Speaker, we would have heard of or seen videos purportedly taken in Trinidad and Tobago of beheading, mutilated bodies in sea troughs with no head. And I can dare say, Mr. Speaker, that there are those who believe that what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago that makes our national security landscape so complex and so challenging is the effect of South American gangs operating and having effect on our local gangs in Trinidad and Tobago. Very serious matter. And those are the challenges faced by our national security officials in Trinidad and Tobago, dealing with the effects of South American criminal activities, engage in cross-border criminal activities, and having a serious impact on our national security landscape. And you can just imagine, Mr. Speaker, that if you do not put in place a program to de-radicalize a number of these persons who are returning from conflict zones, added to the complexity of our national security challenges, what we are doing is setting the stage to make the current challenges that we have on our national security landscape 10 times worse. And that is the reason why I was a bit disappointed in listening to the contribution of the Minister of Defense. Because it is just not about DNA and taking DNA sampling and other biometric testing. Is what is the government's plan and what is the government's program, as comprehensive as it is required to de-radicalize returnees and to de-radicalize persons who come from conflict zones and foreign terrorist fighters before they are reintegrated in the society, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why it is very critical. You see, there are many people who said, well, you were in government, and you know, it's an old story right now in this chamber. You were in government 10 years and you went do this, you went do that. And I mean, you are... What is tickling you also? I just make one little statement and all of them just get agitated, Mr. Speaker. It is an old washout story, Mr. Speaker. You told the country that you will fix it, well, fix it. And you had over a year to put in place your policy, because you promised the country in 2024. You promised the country in the month of Ramadan when it was convenient to do so, member from Muruga Tableland. You understand? But this is a very serious matter. It's a very serious matter. And putting in place DNA sampling and coming to the parliament after you promised that you would return foreign terrorist fighters and returnees back into the country. But then what is your policy and what is your program? You had over a year to do it. What kind of slothful and lazy government is that, Mr. Speaker? Bye, Mr. Speaker. And let me, it reminds me of our contribution.
Mr. Speaker, and 48.1.
For what?
Well, Roberts, you're not being relevant with regards to what we are debating. And 48.6, this is not. You're going to. 48.6.
Yes.
Are you ruling on that?
Yes, withdraw the term slothful and lazy. Oh, come on.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw slothful, but they're lazy, Mr. Speaker. I thought he was jumping up to do something. Sit down, you're taking up my time. I'm sorry.
In the immortal words of Sparrow, don't do that. Don't do that. I apologize to the member.
What did I do?
First of all, it's not within your place to tell the member sit down. First of all. Same thing. So move on. You're ready taking up your time.
Hello. You know the distracted way, Mr. Speaker. But I apologize if I offend the member in any way. Yeah. But Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very serious issue. And it's the member for Shoguana's East. She said, and I want to quote her, "Good governance lies not in grand declarations, but in meaningful action," Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell the government that good governance is not symbolic in coming to Parliament with a simple piece of legislation without doing the hard work of putting policies and programs to treat with a very serious issue of governance in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. So I indicated that the bill is not an objectionable bill. But the issue, Mr. Speaker, is a very serious issue that if we do not manage it, the bill standing on its own will not address this very national security issue. And if the member for Barataria San Juan is going to be the next speaker, tell us, or the member for Tunapuna, or the member for Mayaro, whoever is the next speaker, tell us, what is your reintegration policy? What is your de-radicalization plans and programs before these returnees and foreign terrorist fighters are brought back in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker? What are we doing to equip and to strengthen our surveillance operation to ensure that when those persons who come back into our country from conflict zones, we limit their operation, we monitor their movement, and we ensure, Mr. Speaker, that they do not in any way conduct themselves in such a way to radicalize our citizens and to make our national security landscape more challenging than what it is today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we would have put together our Nightingale and the Repatriation Committee. They have done quite a lot of work. They would have interviewed a lot of agencies, and they made quite a number of recommendations because they themselves understood that this matter is a very complex one, and it is not about bringing a simple piece of legislation to Parliament, but it takes, Mr. Speaker, full preparation of various agencies of the state to have those persons who brought back from conflict zones placed in a particular ecosystem where they can be re-educated, de-radicalized, re-socialized before and rehabilitated before they are brought back into national living, Mr. Speaker. And that is where this government is failing. And that is where the opposition stands on this very important matter, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the opposition's position is that we will support the bill. We will support the bill, but the bill standing on its own requires a lot of institutional support. We support lawful mechanisms that assist the state in identifying and monitoring persons who may pose legitimate national security concerns. We support the principle that nationals must ultimately be dealt with responsibly and lawfully. But support for this amendment cannot remove the government's obligation, Mr. Speaker, very important obligation, to explain the wider policy framework, the operational systems, and the institutional resources that will be required to make the expanded DNA regime created by this bill function safely and effectively. Because this legislation, I've said, by itself is not and cannot be a complete solution. It is only one very simple component of a larger and a far more complex national undertaking. How much time do I have? Okay. Yeah. And ultimately, I'll take my time, but just a complete. Yeah. Yes, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ultimately, the success or failure of that undertaking will not depend solely on whether this bill will be passed in this House today. It will be passed. It will depend, Mr. Speaker, on whether the government is genuinely prepared for everything that comes after the expansion of this DNA framework becomes law. There needs to be a more comprehensive approach to ensure that we do not undermine our national security apparatus, the stability of this country, if we do not put in place plans and programs for the full rehabilitation and reintegration of persons coming from conflict zones, Mr. Speaker. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
It's with immense pleasure I call on the member for Princestown and the Honourable Madam.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not a Muslim issue, and we should not play politics with this important piece of legislation. For 10 years, Mr. Speaker, the mantra was blame Kamla, blame Kamla, blame Kamla. So I want to tell the member Faruqa Lopino, that is what you call laziness. In 1 year of government, just 1 year of government, we have brought this bill to the Parliament to make amendments and to deliver on the promises that we have made to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make my first contribution in this honourable House as a Member of Parliament for Princestown.
I stand in this honorable house to speak on behalf of the citizens, and it is not only a privilege, but a duty. I sincerely thank the constituents of Princestown for the trust and confidence that they have placed in me. More importantly, I thank the Honorable Prime Minister for the opportunity entrusted upon me. Under the leadership of the member for Superior, the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, this government established not one, but 3 ministries with responsibility in areas that are critical to safety, protection, and development of our people. The Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Homeland Security, and the Ministry of Justice. I take this opportunity to thank these ministers for the exceptional work that they are doing. This signals a serious commitment to treating national security, justice, and public administration not as isolated issues, but as connected pillars in the building of a stronger Trinidad and Tobago. I rise to contribute on the administration of justice, the Deoxyribonucleic Acid Amendment Bill 2026. This bill seeks to amend the Administrative Justice Act. The purpose is to strengthen national security and counter-terrorism efforts and to align the DNA Act with the Anti-Terrorism Act. Mr. Speaker, we are seeking to amend this act for the betterment of everyone. This is not about targeting one group. It is not about targeting one community or any one belief. It is not about appearances. National security legislation must never be used to stereotype people. This bill is about conduct, risk, and clearly defined circumstances under the law. It is about protecting the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we do this while ensuring the state acts responsibly, fairly, and within proper legal boundaries. Mr. Speaker, national security is not an abstract issue. It affects the daily lives of ordinary citizens. It affects communities in Princestown and communities across Trinidad and Tobago who simply want peace, stability, and confidence in the justice system. The UNC government has been constantly and successfully delivering a progressively safer environment and country for all. This bill forms part of a wider effort to modernize our justice system and provide law enforcement with proper, scientific, and lawful tools. Mr. Speaker, I'll now turn briefly to the clauses of the bill. Clause 3 is one of the key clauses of the bill. It amends Section 4 of the Act by inserting 2 definitions: foreign terrorist fighter and returnee. The bill provides that a foreign terrorist fighter has the meaning assigned under Section 15A of the Anti-Terrorism Act. A returnee is defined as a person entering Trinidad and Tobago from a declared geographical area where terrorist acts have been occurred and are occurring, and who was detained in a facility, camp, or place of detention that is declared in that declared geographical area. Mr. Speaker, these definitions matter. They determine who falls within the scope of law and who does not. This is important because we must be very clear that this bill is not aimed at ordinary travelers, returning nationals, or people based on how they look. It is aimed at specific categories of persons identified by law as potentially posing elevated security risks. That distinction must be made clearly because in a democratic society, laws must be both strong and fair. The state must have the power to protect our citizens, but that power must be properly defined and carefully exercised. This is why we are here today. As explained by the Minister of Defense, Clause 4 amends Section 16 of the Act by expanding the category of persons of whom a non-intimate DNA sample may be taken without consent upon arrival to Trinidad and Tobago. This is where the importance of the bill becomes very clear. DNA is a powerful legislative tool. Mr. Speaker, as someone from the medical field, I understand the importance and the reliability of DNA analysis as a scientific tool, a tool for accurate identification and evidence gathering. In medicine, we value proper handling of biological samples, confidentiality, and ethical standards. Those are the principles that must apply in the administration of justice. When properly regulated, DNA evidence can strengthen investigations, reduce misidentifications, and support national security efforts while respecting the values and the rights and the privacy of others. This government will ensure that citizens have confidence in this system and in this bill, and it is being used for lawful national security purposes, not for discrimination, not for victimization, and not for profiling. Mr. Speaker, this is especially important in a diverse society like ours, and that is one of our greatest strengths. So when we pass laws dealing with terrorism, national security, or DNA sampling, we must send a clear message. The law must be applied based on evidence and legal criteria, not appearance or assumption. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we must also be realistic. The threats facing our countries today are not the same as they were a decade ago. Crime and terrorism are increasingly transitional. Persons move across borders. They may become connected to networks outside of Trinidad and Tobago. They may enter or re-enter the country after being in conflict zones or declared geographical areas affected by terrorism. This state, therefore, has the responsibility to know who is entering the country and to respond appropriately where the law identifies a risk. This bill is therefore a targeted amendment. It does not give unlimited power. Let me repeat that. It does not give unlimited power. It seeks to expand the existing DNA framework to two specific categories: foreign terrorist fighters and returnees. The objective is to enable the identification and DNA sampling of individuals posing elevated security risks upon entry or re-entry into Trinidad and Tobago from terrorism-affected regions. Mr. Speaker, for the people of Princestown and for the citizens throughout Trinidad and Tobago, national security is about real life. It is about ensuring that our borders are protected, our institutions are prepared, and our laws are modern enough to respond to modern threats. We are seeking to amend this act for the betterment of everyone, for safer communities, for stronger institutions, for better national security, and a justice system that is equipped to meet the realities of today. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I think the entire House will join with me in congratulating the member for Princestown on her maiden speech. For Spain South.
On this side, we genuinely, madam, urge you to speak more often than Barata. Wait, hold on, wait. We beg you to replace Cuba South. And please, by all means, I give that no fuel. Madam, we on this side, we sincerely congratulate you. But no one on this side has ever said that this is a Muslim issue. But we say this is a national issue. We support it, but we have our views on it and we would like to bet it. For example, we do not take any issue with foreign terrorist fighters, because once you place yourself in that position, you must be expected to face the consequences. However, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to returnees and the definition, how it's treated, and the structure of the bill, as I was speaking to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I know it's a mantra that you all always thank the Honourable Member for Siparia for her great work, etc. But I want to thank the Honourable Member for Arima for being a mentor. And she doesn't speak long, you know. She speaks briefly, and she says, you know, and I like brevity because that is substance. It has substance. And in our conversation as we caucus for this, Mr. Speaker, she said, I wonder when hearing the contribution of the presenter, whether this is really to catch people other than to deal with returnees. And that's a serious issue coming out of this debate as it emerges. Mr. Speaker, while every member of this House supports national security and the protection of all citizens from terrorism and the spin-off, we must recognize that fear and fear-mongering and constitutional overreach and the erosion of our civil liberties in poorly drafted legislation is a serious concern as it presents dangers and also it challenges the way that we exist as a country. My first concern is constitutional, Mr. Speaker, because the Parent Act itself in Section 2 recognizes that the Act shall have effect even though it's inconsistent with Section 4 of the Constitution. A fortiori, the sections that are included here, 3 and 4, there are some constitutional pins, and I would like to address the constitutional pins, Mr. Speaker. We remind ourselves as we gather in this House, in the agora of this Parliament, that sections 4 and 5 of our Constitution gives the right to liberty, the right to privacy, protection of the law, and security of the person. That's the foundation of our society. Yet this amendment seeks to expand the power of the state and the powers of the state to take samples, intimate, non-intimate samples from persons, and particularly clause 4, which a person may be deemed to be subjected to compulsory DNA collection merely because he is deemed to be a returnee. Deemed. That single word must be of concern to all right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, because we say on this side, it creates a category of suspicion without any judicial or factual determination. The proposed definition, I see an amendment is circulated, does not deal with the issue adequately, includes persons entering Trinidad and Tobago from a declared geographical area where terrorist acts have occurred or are occurring. What it does, and B, and I'm very grateful for B, let me get it. Give me your. The amendment B said the minister with the responsibility of the Anti-Terrorism Act has reasonable grounds to believe that that person poses a threat or risk of committing a terrorist act and who is not a foreign terrorist fighter. Mr. Speaker, what are we descending to? Let me read this over again. A returnee means a person who is entering Trinidad and Tobago, who the minister responsible for the Anti-Terrorism Act has reasonable grounds to believe poses a threat or risk of committing a terrorist act and who is not a foreign terrorist fighter. Mr. Speaker, by way of amendment, this is now taking this legislation into a different realm. A minister sits in his or her office and he or she says, I have reasonable grounds, without giving the person the benefit of audi alteram partem, the right to be heard, and says, I have the information I have reasonable grounds to believe that you pose a threat of committing a terrorist act, and you're not a foreign terrorist fighter.
And
they're not coming from a geographical area where there's any conflict. Mr. Speaker, this is too dangerous. This piece, I am sure, listen, maybe, Mr. Speaker, we need to be more robust with constitutional challenges, because I do not think that Surat covers this. I do not think respectfully, and this is as disproportionate, or Suraj in fact, and this is disproportionate for the intention. And I cannot see any good intention that could come from this amendment, Mr. Speaker. The intention is via the back door to create a society where people can.
No need for that. No need for that.
Mr. Speaker, his words are like the wind. Let me continue. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. This amendment here cannot be supported, and we do not support it. Where, Mr. Speaker, in the proposed definition of returnee, do you have a clearly defined position as to who declares such an area? What evidential threshold is required? How long will such a designation of that area last? And now with this amendment, this proposed amendment, what are the reasonable grounds? Who informs the minister with the responsibility for anti-terrorism in this regard, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this has gone too far. This is a runaway bill that intrudes on the rights of returning citizens in Trinidad and Tobago, and as a responsible opposition, we cannot lend our support to it. And this really mirrors Section 34. Mr. Speaker, entire regions of the world have experienced terrorist activity at some point. Does mere travel now become a ground for state intrusion into bodily privacy? This bill lowers the threshold from criminal conduct to mere association. And by the amendment, it stretches the power of the minister from not even an assertion or even traveling, but just a reasonable ground to believe. That, Mr. Speaker, is a very ambiguous phrase, as you would know. And that phrase has it is not clothed with judicial oversight. And that is the issue that we have with this amendment, and in fact with the amendment that has been proposed initially. It is constitutionally dangerous, and it bypasses, particularly with this amendment, any judicial oversight entirely. What was instructive, and Mr. Speaker, forgive me, because I really do not listen to Toko Sandigrande. So if he mentioned this, then I forgive him. But if he didn't, Mr. Speaker, it becomes even more egregious, because it means then that he would have made his entire contribution and not mentioned this. That is sneaky. That is sneaky, Mr. Speaker. It's underhand. But in keeping, Mr. Speaker, with a modus operandi that I have come to expect, nothing better. Why wasn't it mentioned in the original speech, Mr. Speaker? But to sneak it in at committee stage where we can't speak about it, because we'll be circumscribed, because we are the committee of the whole and we can't debate it. If you had faith in this amendment, bring it forward as a man.
Forty-eight-six. 48-6. He's casting imputations, and this is not my bill. I simply piloted it for the Minister of Justice. so he's accusing the wrong man. He's accusing the wrong man. And he only now read the amendment to realize it was going to be amended.
I think you'll have an appropriate chance in response to that. You're a very well experienced lawyer and an advocate, and you know the plain and obvious answer to that. So you will get a chance to respond. But I think he's using some literary license within reason.
Speaker, I have beaten him into admitting and distancing himself from the bill. The honourable member. No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move on.
Thank you very much. I think your license has expired.
But Mr. Speaker, what transpired here is remarkable. That is remarkable. Mr. Speaker, just let me blow my nails, please. No. No, Mr. Speaker, as I continue, sections. Mr. Speaker, under section 16, as amended, the non-intimate samples may be taken without consent, and we understand that. I want to address the dangers of this, Mr. Speaker. It mirrors what is contained in the Parent Bill, section 16. And the pitfall is as follows, Mr. Speaker. DNA, as the speaker that preceded me rightly said, contains deeply personal biological data, family connections, medical predispositions, ancestry, and genetic identity. But once collected and stored in a national data bank, the risk of misuse becomes profound. I now link that, Mr. Speaker, to what is being amended now. And I acknowledge section 25, subsection 1 of the Parent Act, which gives a certain time frame for disposition. Yet, with now this expanded regime, there are no new independent oversight mechanisms, no enhanced review process, but you have now a minister who, acting on what he considers reasonable grounds, to pose a threat of committing a terrorist act, and who is not a foreign terrorist fighter or a returnee, being forced without a warrant and a court oversight to give a DNA sample. Mr. Speaker, that is plainly unconstitutional. Plainly. And no, when you marry that and juxtapose that with no mandatory destruction timelines, mandatory. So I acknowledge shall in section 25, subsection 2 and 3. No meaningful appeals process for wrongful classification. With that power, Mr. Speaker, it is disproportionate. It is disproportionate. Mr. Speaker, what safeguards exist in these circumstances then for data breaches, for unauthorized access, political misuse? Because, Mr. Speaker, what is happening now? You're having a minister being able to deem and being able to tell someone, you must give a sample. What about political misuse and profiling and discriminatory targeting? We have to be honest with ourselves. And this causes serious disquiet. And I say to myself as I stand here, maybe we have not been robust enough with the challenges, constitutional. But we try to be balanced, and we don't want every day, Mr. Speaker, to be in court. We want to advance with the people's work. But this one here is a cause for serious concern. This law is disproportionate. It may affect certain ethnic groups. It may affect certain religious communities. It may affect certain migrant groups. It may affect persons returning from conflict regions who had nothing to do with any terrorist activities in those conflict regions. Mr. Speaker, in a democratic society, we cannot afford legislation that institutionalizes suspicion based on some visitor geographic location. There is also the presumption of innocence, which the amendment in its original form and now which has been exacerbated by this new amendment totally erodes. And what about the principle, Mr. Speaker, of innocent until proven guilty, not genetically catalogued until proven innocent? There's also, Mr. Speaker, the practical enforcement concerns that we have. The bill assumes that expanded DNA connections automatically improves national security. Let's interrogate that for a while. Where is that evidence, Mr. Speaker, that if you expand persons who you can take non-intimate samples from without a warrant, that in and of itself improves national security? This has not been demonstrated. Has the government presented to this Parliament the data as to how many returning persons currently evade identification, whether existing anti-terrorism laws are adequate, how they were failing, whether intelligence sharing mechanisms with international partners has failed, whether the forensic infrastructure can properly manage expanded DNA collection? The reality is that we already struggle in Trinidad and Tobago with delayed forensic testing, overburdened courts, insufficient investigative resources. By expanding DNA collection without simultaneously improving forensic capacity, cybersecurity protections, and judicial oversight, Mr. Speaker, we are spinning top in mud. And this will only increase the risk of errors, contamination, wrongful identification, and most likely it will spiral litigation. And I think I can assure you that it will spiral litigation. Mr. Speaker, a flawed system with expanded powers, becomes more dangerous and becomes, Mr. Speaker, less effective. So, has the government put in place a position for nationals who were wrongly detained overseas? Before that happens, Mr. Speaker, an inquiry, well, actually, what were the circumstances under which you were detained? Have you put in place foreign nationals who are returning and who were detained without charge, a system for them to explain that, yes, I was detained, I was not charged, so in other words, I was innocent? Has the government catered for the scenario where the intelligence supplied by another state is inaccurate? Would that person or persons falling within those three categories automatically become subject to compulsory DNA collection upon return home, as constructed now? The answer is yes. Mr. Speaker, we cannot just legislate based on fair law. We have to legislate in a balanced way, and I really endorse the comments of the previous speaker in a multicultural and in a plural society. We can strengthen national security whilst preserving judicial oversight, can't we, Mr. Speaker? We've been at this for quite some time. We can strengthen national security still having constitutional safeguards. We can strengthen national security and be proportionate. We can strengthen national security and treat our returning nationals with human dignity as they deserve, whilst balancing the fears of citizens who live in Trinidad and Tobago and are harboring fears of persons coming to disturb our peace. It's a balancing act, but don't be indolent. Let's work on it and produce something that is palpable. That amendment, and that is palatable, sorry, Mr. Speaker, palatable. That amendment there is not palatable to the opposition. It is the antithesis to what we believe in, and we cannot support it. So we amend our position if that is the amendment that is being placed here. We amend it. And Mr. Speaker, let me say now, and I want to now deal with the law. We understand Surat, but we say that this is a different scenario with different principles that are to be applied, particularly when you are speaking about taking intimate samples without any safeguards. Mr. Speaker, or non-intimate samples, with DNA samples. Mr. Speaker, I went to the case of S. and Marpa versus the United Kingdom. It's a Strasbourg judgment, 4th of December 2008. And it came from the European Court of Human Rights. In that case, 2 individuals were arrested but never convicted of any offense. Nevertheless, the state retained their DNA profiles and fingerprints indefinitely. The court in this case held that this violated the right to privacy because the blanket and indefinite retention of DNA data from persons not convicted of crimes was disproportionate and lacked sufficient safeguards. The court warned against treating innocent persons in the same manner as convicted criminals and emphasized the deeply personal and intrusive nature of genetic information. When juxtaposed and married with this proposed amendment, which gives the minister with responsibility for Anti-Terrorism Act the power, once he says he has reasonable grounds to believe that a threat or risk of committing a terrorist act of a person who is not a foreign terrorist, who is not a returnee, Mr. Speaker, I think that the European Court's ruling and the European Court's thinking will prevail, above and beyond Surat. But in particular, there were some helpful passages from this case, the European Court of Human Rights, which I think are very opposite to this debate now. At paragraph 67, the court held that the mere storing of data relating to the private life of an individual amounts to an interference within the meaning of Article 8. I will get to Article 8 shortly, Mr. Speaker. At paragraph 73, the court said, given the nature and amount of personal information contained in cellular samples, their retention per se must be regarded as interfering with the right to respect for private lives of the individual concerned, that only limited part of this information is actually extracted or used by the authorities through DNA profiling, and that no immediate detriment is caused to a particular case does not change this conclusion. Mr. Speaker, I looked also at paragraph 103, which was under the rubric necessity in a democratic society. The court was weighing up, well, you know, we have to balance necessity because terrorism and these things, it's real. But we are in a democratic society. And this is what the European Court of Human Rights had to say. The protection of personal data is of fundamental importance to a person's enjoyment of his or her right to respect for private and family life as guaranteed by Article 8 of the Convention. The domestic law must afford appropriate safeguards to prevent any such use of personal data as it may be inconsistent with the guarantees of this article. What I did, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that I am founded in the jurisprudence of Trinidad and Tobago is I looked to see if we have similar rights enshrined in our Constitution that are akin to Article 8. And, Mr. Speaker, you would know that Sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution, and I would want to read Section 4A, under the rubric Enshrined Rights. It is hereby recognized and declared that in Trinidad and Tobago, there have existed and shall continue to exist without discrimination by reason of race, origin, color, religion, or sex, the following fundamental rights and freedoms, namely, the right of the individual to life, liberty, security of the person, and enjoyment of property, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except by the due process of law. And then when I go to C, the right of the individual to respect for his private and family rights. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the exact section, the exact wording of Article 8 is mirrored and finds sibling in Section 4 and 4A and C of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. And if I am correct, following the reasoning of the European Court of Justice, that the mere collection in and of itself is unconstitutional, and we have it here in our Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, and now we have a situation where without any intervention by any judicial body, without any act done, a prerequisite act done by a returning national, that a minister can just say, I have reasonable grounds to believe, and then have this done, Mr. Speaker. We say it's unconstitutional. We do not support it. And we cannot support it, Mr. Speaker. So, the concerns identified in... May I crave your indulgence for my extra time?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the concerns identified in MARPA are directly relevant to this bill before us today. The European Court of Human Rights specifically warned against blanket and indiscriminate retention powers without proper safeguards or time limits. This is precisely, we say, the safeguards that are not here. Indeed, in MARPA's judgment, the United Kingdom itself was forced to reform its laws through the Protection of Freedoms Act 2012 to limit DNA retention and better protect civil liberties on the principle ad similes causas. This Honourable House should treat this bill as legally analogous to the system condemned in MARPA. That is our position. Mr. Speaker, this principle that I've outlined is not foreign to our Constitution. I've gone through sections 4A and C of our Constitution, which mirrors the rights. And we say when these constitutional protections are read alongside Article 8, the principle becomes clear. The state may not intrude and keep intimate DNA, Mr. Speaker, aspects of a person's identity without strict necessity, without proportionality, and without due process. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, does exactly that. It gives a politician the power to do that. That is dangerous. This bill seeks to extend compulsory DNA sampling to individuals who are merely deemed to be returnees or foreign terrorists. So I'm now going in addition to that very objectionable power, without requiring a conviction and without prior judicial determination. It follows, Mr. Speaker, it piggybacks on Section 16 that exists, and there's a fundamental problem with that. The approach risks the very mischief that was identified in the MARPA case, a system where individuals are treated as security risks based on status or classification rather than proven wrongdoing. And in this case, it will be based on reasonable ground to believe of a politician. That, Mr. Speaker, is objectionable. Just as the European Court in MARPA warned that blanket and indiscriminate retention of DNA undermines the balance between public security and individual rights, our constitutional framework similarly demands that any interference with private life under Section 4 and C must be justified by due process of law and not mere executive and now political designation. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, any expansion on the DNA powers must be accompanied by strict legal safeguards, which we do not have. Mr. Speaker, I do not know how you can legislate against this power that is alleged, is proposed to be given to the minister at Amendment B. In a democratic society and a society that we do our duty, we say do not take our sweetness for weakness. We are strong as an opposition and we will oppose legislation that is bad. And this legislation is bad. And just to reiterate, we do it under the strong leadership of the Honourable Member for Aiyna. At minimum, the legislation, Mr. Speaker, should include some judicial authorization before compulsory DNA collection, particularly with that new amendment. A clear appeal mechanism for persons who were wrongfully classified, strict limits on the DNA retention and sharing, and a revisiting of Section 25(1), subsection 2 and 3, and we say some sort of independent oversight. Mr. Speaker, laws that are passed in moments of fear often outlive the fear that created them. And we say that this may very well be one such piece of legislation. We have in the past signaled to this government that if good legislation is brought, as a responsible opposition, we will support it. If this proposed amendment is taken out, subject to what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has to say, we may revisit our position. And we are not prone to duplicity. We would have to go back to what we have said before. But if it remains, Mr. Speaker, we would have to adjust our position and not support it. We understand that the government has the majority. I do not think that this, as it stands now, does not require a special majority. Be that as it may, that's for the greater minds. We are simple minds on this side, but that's for them to decide. But what we do say on this side is, notwithstanding what the outcome will be, we will do our duty as the opposition and we will participate. We are not concerned with division, because we know what the numbers are. But we are concerned with our mission and our purpose, which is to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago who have put us on this side. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. I have agreed with only one thing the member for Port of Spain South would have said, is that we must hear more from the member for Princestown. I want to congratulate the member for Princestown on a very powerful maiden contribution in this very esteemed chamber. And she is now taking the award, I believe, for the youngest member of Parliament also on this side of the House. And I want to again congratulate you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's get to business now. This particular bill is very straightforward. It's not innocuous. However, my colleagues opposite makes it feel as though we're doing something underhanded. It makes us feel that this bill is somewhat dangerous. And they are with this narrative that every single time that we come with legislation that deals with national security, they say, well, we support you, but when the bill comes, well, we don't really support this. So 1 minute, you're hearing the member for Aruka Lopino saying, well, we support the bill. And then you're hearing Port of Spain South say, well, no, we're not supporting the bill. And then earlier on, we had a debate where Arima said that they're supporting the bill that the Minister of Rural Development brought, and then Diego Martin Norty said, no, we're not supporting it. They are confused, Mr. Speaker. They are confused, and that is why you will stay on that side of the chamber. You see, Port of Spain South made an incredible submission by saying that, you know, the member for Toko Sangagrandi didn't tell him about this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I had to go back into my computer. At 5:20 p.m., 5:20 p.m. What is the standing order? What is the standing order? What is the standing order? Please sit down. Could you please sit down?
Have a seat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member for Toko Sangagrandi piloted the bill. We came back here after the tea break at 4:45. And when I checked my email at 5:20 p.m., the amendments were circulated to every single member of this House. Every single member. So if you're saying that we're trying to hide something, why would we send an email indicating what the amendments will be? Why? 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 Well, there's an entire debate that is still ongoing. This is called the second reading of the bill. And afterwards, we'll go into the committee stage to move the amendments to the clauses. Simple matter that you all are trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. But, Mr. Speaker, he said that the amendment is dangerous. He said that we have now included a Part B into the definition in the amendment that says that a returnee means a person who is entering Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm going to skip to B, who the Minister with the Responsibility for Anti-Terrorism Act has reasonable grounds to believe poses a threat or risk of committing a terrorist attack and who is not a foreign terrorist fighter. Mr. Speaker, I checked before I stood up to speak, where did this definition come from? Because I wanted to know. Mr. Speaker, do you know that there was a returnee bill drafted in May of 2024. Who was in power then? Them, with this exact same definition. So what we're doing is using the same definition that they had in their returnee bill, in this DNA bill now, and that is somewhat dangerous. Dangerous. So this is their amendment. You know they like to lay claim for every success and so on? Well, this is your definition also. And I'm going to read an excerpt of the definition of returnee from the returnee bill, because this excerpt comes out from the 6th of May 2024. Returnee means a person who is entering Trinidad and Tobago, A, from a declared geographical area where terrorist attacks have occurred or are occurring, and who was detained in a facility, camp, or place of detention in a declared geographical area. That is what's in the bill now. Or B, who the minister, the same minister that they had an issue with, has reasonable grounds to believe poses a threat or risk of committing a terrorist attack, and who is not a foreign terrorist fighter or terrorist. So when Port of Spain South was reading the amendment, Diego Martin noticed was, but that could be me. Why he didn't say that when he saw this returning bill in 2024? The member for Port of Spain South was also a former minister in the Ministry of National Security at that time. And you didn't know that? You didn't know that? This is your definition.
That's right.
This is your definition. This bill is your definition. So, Mr. Speaker, the arguments that my colleagues raise, fear-mongering, they need to stop that. That is laziness. That is laziness. Come up with some intellectual argument or assist us in our fight against crime and so on. Don't just come here and fearmonger and dog whistle. That is not how a responsible opposition should behave. That's not how you should behave. You see, laziness is when the Prime Minister gives you a ministerial appointment and you don't go to a ministry. That is laziness. Laziness is when you all had no choice but to appoint Aiyna as the leader of the opposition and she don't come to the parliament. That is laziness. That is laziness. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill is a very simple matter. I don't know why they're going all over the place with this bill. This bill has two substantive clauses. One, it includes an amendment into the Administration of Justice Deoxyribonucleic Acid Act. And when you look at that, Mr. Speaker, where we are going to include the definition and so on, I'll go in there. At section 16, it says this, because this is nothing new that we're doing. It's already existing in law. Section 16 says, where a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago is deported from any place from outside of Trinidad and Tobago, a non-intimate sample shall be taken from that citizen without his consent upon his arrival in Trinidad and Tobago by a qualified person at any port of entry. So what happened, Mr. Speaker, is that the current law says that if you're deported, you don't have to consent to giving a DNA sample, a non-intimate sample, and there are the definitions of non-intimate samples in the substantive law. What we are now including here is that saying that if you come from a declared geographical zone that is determined to be a terrorist zone, or you are deemed to be a foreign terrorist fighter, according to the definition of the Anti-Terrorism Act that you amended in 2018, then there is no requirement for a consent to be obtained for the taking of a DNA sample. So all of this argument and all of this time that you all wasted here this afternoon, it's a very simple matter. A very simple matter. But they're trying to fearmonger the population, trying to do that. I don't understand why. But the member went into all of this thing about Nightingale and repatriation and so on. Well, let me just address a particular point here, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going international. Since they're going all over the place, I'm going international. I'm quoting from a Human Rights Watch article on the internet, Trinidad and Tobago, Secure Return of Trinidadians Held in Syria. And in the article, it quoted a local media comment, and the article reads, and I quote, "In comments to the media on December 26, former Speaker of the House, Nizam Mohammed, who chairs an advisory committee on repatriation, created by Prime Minister Keith Rowley in March 2023, said the panel has not received resources or even responses from the government to its repatriation proposals. The committee members have found ourselves in a dead-end position," Mohammed said, calling the government's response most regrettable. So you all really wanted to go down that road, Aruka Lopido? I don't want to go down there. But I have to expose what you all were doing at the time you all had an opportunity to do something. You come here after 1 year and tell us, give us the repatriation plan. You believe that we are irresponsible? Can we expose an entire national security plan like this in the broad public when this is such a sensitive matter that deals with national security and that deals with an element of cultural and also religious impact in certain instances. But you want us to come here and tell the world at large, we are working with our international partners to ensure that this is done. We have not let go the wheel. You all did not give your own committee that you appointed any resources, and you placed them according to them in a dead-end position. And then you have the gall to come here this afternoon and make a submission that we lazy. I want to urge you to look in the mirror. I want to urge you to look in the mirror. Mr. Speaker, the member then made another comment by saying, you know, the reason why we are in this position with respect to gangs and so on, and I took a note, he said because the South American gangs are coming into the country. The South American gangs are coming to the country. You remember when the former Prime Minister, Port of Spain, North, Centre and West, had a bullhorn outside of the Queen's Park Oval telling people, come and register? Those people did not even have a background check. We don't have a criminal record for them. But he with a bullhorn outside there telling them, come home and register. That is what they were doing. When we were asking them about accountability for the naval assets and all of the Coast Guard vessels, when they had fumbling and bumbling hinds on this side, they crashed all of those naval vessels and placed us in an unfortunate situation that left our borders open for quite some time. And then when a responsible, a strong, a visionary Prime Minister had the courage to tell the world that we are not in a zone of peace, they criticized us. I want to commend the Honorable Prime Minister here today for her stance that she took with respect to the fight against transnational crimes. When we stood on the side of our international partners to fight crime, they condemned us. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? The people will condemn them. That is why we were able to send crime down in our first year in government by 42%. That is facts. And that fact will never go away. It will never go away. That is fact. That is fact. And we are going to do as much as we can to ensure that we keep the citizens safe in Trinidad and Tobago under our Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar. So, Mr. Speaker, I made a couple points. I don't wish to detain this House very long. I think this is a very simple matter. One, the same definition that they're criticizing is the same definition they had in their bill. Right? And that's, I think, the most important point to make here. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, is that with respect to the amendments in the DNA Substantive Act, what we are doing is just we're including the category of persons from deportees to now include those who are deemed to be forest terrorist fighters and also those who are now considered to fall within the definition of returnees who are not necessarily deported and fall within that definition. There is nothing wrong with that. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I too would like to I too would like to first of all congratulate the member for Princess Tong. She saved me some time, and she was able to do it succinctly so that I do not have to spend too much time on what was said previously. But I also want to... True. I also want to thank the member for San Juan Barataria for what was a very incisive contribution that basically decimated the submissions of Port of Spain South. And you know, when Port of Spain South was making its contribution, I don't have my, my catechism with me, my beads. I wanted to tell him, Jesus loves you. I wanted to shout that across the aisle, but then I remember God do like ugly. So,
Withdraw that.
So,
come on. That's just too juvenile.
Yes. So,
Mr. Speaker, the member has not withdrawn that insulting statement.
Yeah.
And apologize.
Come on.
I'll withdraw and apologize.
It's an allegory, but it's inappropriate. Thank you.
There's an ugly soul I was talking about, but like it fall in the garden. But, Mr. Speaker, I heard one of the most bizarre legal submissions from Port of Spain South today. Bizarre. And then it made me remember when the second, the last batch of silks were made, and he was not. And I'm not going to insult anyone.
No. Come.
Yes.
Let's keep that narrow. Come. Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Yes.
The standing orders are clear. You can't pronounce on people's profession. Come on.
No, yes, please. But what I'm doing, I'm not pronouncing on his profession. I'm pronouncing on the submission he made today.
Prudential value of it or the juridical underpinning of it.
That's what
fair
I was
enough.
Doing,
That's fair game.
That's what I was going to do, to say that it was nil, because it was such a bizarre submission, because the member for Port of Spain South, who is a senior counsel, stood up and read from a...
Leave bellies.
And you know, if I call him bellies, he'll get vexed. He read from a judgment of the European Court of Human Rights and went on to say that, in his view, he is of the belief that that judgment would somehow take precedence over Surat. I wrote it down. Mr. Speaker, I don't even want to say every first-year law student knows how ridiculous a submission that is. I can go back to A-level law. If you are studying A-level law, you would know that that makes absolutely no sense. The Judicial Committee of the Privy Council is our highest court. The European Human Rights Court does not come within the hierarchy of courts, of our court structure. So for the member for Port of Spain South to say that somehow the Privy Council would overrule itself, that basically meant that he doesn't understand the doctrine of stare decisis. The doctrine of stare decisis basically says that we are bound by, high courts are bound by decisions of the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal and the High Court, they are bound by decisions of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, and nowhere is mentioned the European Court of Human Rights. In fact, quite apart from the doctrine of stare decisis, the binding doctrine of stare decisis, one would know that there are some courts which, whilst their judgments are not binding, their judgments are persuasive. That would be the UK Supreme Court. But I don't know where he got this where he suddenly came up with this proposition that the European Court, the jurisprudence of the European Court would somehow prevail over Surat. How? How, for God's sake? Now, what is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that, and it must be obvious by now, that the clauses in the bill are very limited. They target a very specific lacuna, and we do not seek to amend the existing DNA legislation to the point as was suggested by the member for Port of Spain South, because it was clear from his submissions that he never read the Act, the Parent Act. Because under existing law, DNA can be taken from you without consent. Everyone knows that. So I can't understand what all the song and dance was about when he said that we are going to be breaching people's rights. The Parent Act already makes provisions for that to be done. We are simply including other categories of persons to be subject to the Act. Then he makes the bizarre submission that taking and keeping people's DNA could lead to wrongful identification. How, Mr. Speaker? DNA does the exact opposite. I think at that point he had run out of things to say. And all this noise, when it is clear that whilst his party was in power, they amended the Act to do all these things in 2018. So why is he seeking to cast aspersions on little old me? Knowing fully well that I simply piloted this bill because the Minister of Justice is in the other place piloting a bill. But in his desire to castigate me for God knows what, he basically did what he was complaining about. I was wrongfully convicted by the member for Port of Spain South. I don't know why he was picking on me. But I want to tell him now that I'm not in that life with him. So he needs to use another avenue, because nothing he said made any sense. He went on to say that they left us exposed, and well, Mr. I wouldn't even bother to go into that. It made absolutely no sense. But, you know, I almost forgot. And I have to thank the members from San Juan Barataria for reminding me about the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, outside the Oval with the bullhorn, and calling on people to register. All this complaint about national security when they are the ones who left us exposed. Keep in mind, they are the ones who, I don't know if it's by design or simply incompetence, allowed our naval assets to deplete to the point when we had no control over who was entering our borders. And then those people entered our borders and they sought to register them in the most flimsiest of registration processes, which did not include the taking of biometric data. But now they complain. And persons from that wave who came in and who continued to come in over the last few years, we now know that among them were members of Tren de Aragua. And who is Tren de Aragua? Is it not now designated a terrorist organization? So what is the complaint about? And that's why I want to congratulate again the member for Princestown to putting things in perspective, because this is not a bill to target a particular religious group. Terrorism is not a Muslim thing. There was a time when the IRA were regarded as terrorists. Now look what. So very soon, those who did what they did to Hind, Rajab, and others will very well find themselves deemed terrorists. So let me, I don't want to spend too much, let me respectfully go to what was said by the member for Aruka Lopino. I think a lot of it was addressed by the member for San Juan Barataria. But I want to give the undertaking, I want to give the assurance, that we are on top of this. And the purpose of this legislation is simply to disaggregate and classify those who must be prosecuted and separate them from those who can be reintegrated. And we can only do so if we have the biometric data, which this bill would allow us to get. Without diverging too much of national security meetings and so on, we've met with the appropriate parties, the international agencies, and you see, they sought to attack the position of the Honorable Prime Minister for things that was said before we were elected. But before we were elected, with the information we had, compared to the information we have now, we now know that we cannot simply let persons in carte blanche because you fall under the category of women and children. The very briefing disclosed that we have to be careful and we have to basically be prepared so that if you fall within a certain category, you'll be classified as such. Let me wrap up very quickly. Yes, I'm being told that, yes. Let me just lastly deal with this, this bill, which was, I think, comprehensively dealt with by the member for San Juan Barataria. The amended B. Obviously, B is intended to deal with situations where you are not a foreign terrorist fighter within the Act, but there are occasions when persons who pose a substantial risk, and there are persons who are like, or who have a proclivity or might be at a high risk of committing terrorist acts, and they do not fall into the definition. This is simply a stopgap measure so that we do not have to come as a matter of an emergency to come and amend the legislation. So this is simply to basically capture all of the potential possibilities so that we do not have to come back here every time exigencies require. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more I wish to say, but let me end here, and let me say I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice, Deoxyribonucleic Acid Act, Chapter 534, be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice, Deoxyribonucleic Acid Act, Chapter 534.
Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68.1, I beg to move that the Administration of Justice DNA Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Administration of Justice Deoxyribonucleic Acid Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. This House shall now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the original definition of returnee has been slightly altered in the proposed amendment as circulated. And just for the purposes of the record, returnee means a person who is entering Trinidad and Tobago, A, from a declared geographical area within the meaning assigned to it under Section 2.1 of the Anti-Terrorism Act. The terrorist acts are defined under Section 2.1 of the Anti-Terrorism Act have occurred or are occurring, or who is detained in a facility, camp, or place of detention in a declared geographical area, or B, who the minister with responsibility for the Anti-Terrorism Act has reasonable grounds to believe poses a threat or risk of committing a terrorist act, and who is not a foreign terrorist fighter. Mr. Chairman, I'm proposing that amendment.
This amendment has been circulated.
It has been circulated, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Member for Diego Martin, notice.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The word or in legal drafting is disjunctive. It means either or both. It doesn't mean and. The or in that amendment is disjunctive. It means either A or B or both A and B. It does not mean and B. So it means that the minister, once he has reasonable grounds to suspect that someone is a terrorist, can order, or the person must give the DNA sample. I would like to know why that B in that amendment is not subject to Section 22B of the Anti-Terrorism Act. Because in Section 22B of the Anti-Terrorism Act, in order to determine that someone is a terrorist or is about to commit a terrorist act, you have to apply to a judge in chambers. So there's judicial oversight in 22B of the Anti-Terrorism Act. Now you're removing the judicial oversight and giving the minister a discretionary power to determine whether somebody is a terrorist or is about to commit a terrorist act. I cannot see how that would stand scrutiny as being proportionate in any court, but that is something for the lawyers to decide. I just want to know why you have not made this subject to Section 22B of the Anti-Terrorism Act.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, let me just consult with the drafters, please. Mr. Chairman, Section 22B reads where the AG receives information, etc., etc. And 1A, the Attorney General shall apply to a judge for an order under subsection 3 in respect of those individuals. You
have to get to the part about reasonable cause to believe.
Yes, but what the definition that we are proposing deals with returnee, Mr. Chairman, and the returnee the minister with the responsibility who has grounds for believing can deem that person. So there's a subtle difference there.
It's not a subtle difference. It's a huge difference. There's no longer any judicial oversight. And you are taking personal and private biometric data from somebody without a special majority. The minister in his delivery said that he thought it was proportionate. And we were okay with that, because if you're coming from a geographic area where there are terrorists, or you were born in a particular geographic area where there's terrorism and you're stateless, we could see a court saying that that is proportionate. But now the minister, without judicial oversight, is determining whether somebody is a terrorist or is likely to commit a terrorist act. That you can't, the executive can't make that kind of decision without judicial oversight.
Mr. Chairman, the Section 4 seeks to insert, to deal with two types of persons. One is the foreign terrorist fighter, and the second is for returnee. There is a difference, and we reject that proposal.
Minister, it is three types of persons. It is the foreign terrorist fighter, it is a person returning from a conflict zone, and it's a person who you think is a terrorist.
Okay.
It's three types of persons, not two. So I would just want to know why you have not put the language that it is in 22B, where there's some form of judicial oversight. Why are you giving the minister the power to determine whether somebody is a terrorist or not?
Poses the risk of being a committed a terrorist act, who is not deemed a terrorist.
Okay, well, I think we've exhausted this argument over what essentially is a policy decision. Well, we can enter into a discussion if you want to invite me into the discussion on that. Well, I would suspect that you don't, because without getting into it, there's a plain and obvious answer to that. But anyway, as I said, I think we've exhausted the policy discussion on it. If it is, I think that, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the tasting. So there's another place for that. So, Minister, am I to take it in the committee stage, the suggestion that B be excised or subject to judicial oversight in terms of 22 is rejected as a policy?
Rejected, cannot be accepted.
Okay, so I propose to put the question on the amendment.
Mr. Hands up, I was trying to get your attention. Yeah, he doesn't. Mr. Chairman.
Well, I would have thought that perhaps you had exhausted the juridical stretch of that submission in the debate.
No. I never exhaust that, so I am endless with that, where that is concerned. May I just inquire, what is the distinction between the threat and the risk that you see in this? What is the distinction? The minister who has reasonable grounds to someone who poses a threat and one who poses a risk. What's the difference in both of them? Because they're both different.
Well, one is of a higher grade. If there's a threat, if he poses a threat, that means the level is higher than if it's just a mere risk, obviously.
And it doesn't make that's the point. And don't you think, Honourable Minister, in light of that there ought to be some prerequisite or something put there for a recourse for that person who may be affected? Before you respond, be careful who you take advice from.
Mr. Porter-Spain South, please. If that person feels that he has recourse to the law, he can approach the court and get some sort of relief from the court. But in this situation, the minister with the designated authority has to make a decision in the national security interests of Trinidad and Tobago. Must. Thank you.
So, Minister, I would take it your answer to that in juridical terms is it is amenable to judicial review.
Yes, if he wants, it goes.
And constitutional challenge.
Goes to the court, a challenge.
Ala Sumaya Mohammed. We can do an omnibus.
For the spin out, can I just suggest the data fin case?
Pardon? Sumaya Mohammed.
Lord Donaldson's judgment in the data fin case.
Yes.
He wasn't.
All right, so I propose to put the
UK
question,
case.
right? Because I think we've arrived at a policy
Yes.
Mexican standoff here. The question is that clause 3 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Any against? No. Well, apart from the decibel level of 2 members, I think by majority the ayes have it. Because I saw you all. Honourable members, the question is that clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The Lone Star. The clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment proposed is to delete the words deemed to be and insert after the words returnee under section 4 or the words is deemed to be. The consequence of that, Mr. Chairman, is that section 16 of the Act, clause 16, would read, where a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago is deported from any place outside of Trinidad and Tobago, or is a returnee under Section 4, or is deemed to be, which is what we want, a foreign terrorist fighter under Section 4, a non-intimate sample shall be taken from that citizen.
Diego Martin, Northeast.
For the benefit of the public, does this mean now that since you're going ahead with 3, that the returnee is now someone, could be someone that the minister thinks is a risk of being a terrorist? Could you say that for the benefit of the public, please, if we agree to 4?
That is not what we are saying.
What does 4 mean? Why you take deemed to be from in front and put it behind?
Is deemed to be a foreign terrorist fighter. That
No,
is
so.
that is what it is.
That is not so. That is not so. As far as I can see, with your amended definition of returnee, now the person gets into section 16 of the DNA Act, where you could take their DNA, because they're now being treated like a deportee. Not so? Now they amend the definition of returnee.
It's not in the answer, it is not in relation to the returnee, but it's in relation to the foreign terrorist fighter. That is what section deemed to be.
Could you read that in context, please? This amendment you're making here, could you read it in
Mr.
context, please? I have read it, and it means that your new returnee is now subject to section 16 of the DNA Act. Your new and expanded returnee.
Where a citizen, I'll read it slowly, very slowly. Where a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago is deported from any place outside of Trinidad and Tobago, or is a returnee on Section 4.
That's it. Or is a returnee under your new definition.
Or is deemed to
not,
be
that
a
part
foreign
is not
terrorist
important.
fighter under Section
That
4.
last part is not important. You've passed over the important point.
Come on, no.
The returnee
Diego Martin Notice, come on.
You think
Diego Martin Notice, you have to give the minister a chance to respond fully. You cannot cherry pick the answer of the minister. You have placed a certain interpretation when you put the 2 sections together. You now say that this definition brings it under 60.
All right, I'll stop talking. Will you allow me to
No,
speak
the
after he's
minister has
finished?
to answer. He has
After
to give
he's
his
done
own
his fulsome
interpretation.
answer. May I be allowed to speak?
No, the minister is giving his answer. You have to allow him.
The deeming is to be where you're a foreign terrorist fighter.
That's not my question.
Not with regard to a returnee.
That's not my question. You have taken out deemed to be from the front part, and now it's just a simple returnee. And a returnee is somebody you think is a terrorist.
No. That is not the interpretation here.
That is what it is.
I disagree with that interpretation.
That is what it is.
All right. I think that's not a question of the content of the bill. It's not a question of policy, but really is a jurisprudential question that is being asked, and it's really more fit for a court of interpretation. Quite frankly, the way I interpret it is, the question is whether or not this amendment has the unintended consequence of bringing a person under Section 16 of the Terrorism Act. That is an open interpretation question as far as we can tell, which is not, it's not really ripe for resolution before a committee.
At this point in time.
Yes. So I propose to put the question. The question is that Clause 4 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against? No. Okay, I think the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 4 as amended now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended now stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill, as amended, be now reported to the House. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? Say no. The ayes have it. The bill, as amended, will now be reported to the House. Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Administration of Justice Amendment Bill 2026 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the administration of justice, the oxyribonucleic acid amendment bill 2026. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice Amendment Act, Chapter 534 be now read a third time and passed.
Minister, might I invite you to reread the proper name of the bill, please?
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice Deoxyribonucleic Acid Act, Chapter 534 be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice, the Oxyribonucleic Acid Act, Chapter 534 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice, the Oxyribonucleic Acid Act, Chapter 534.
Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I adjourn the House, may I draw your attention that there are two matters for the adjournment. However, one of those matters have been languishing for a few months now, and it is rather discourteous, if not slothful, wasteful, and lazy, that the member for Faizabad and others have been prepared to deal with this, and the member who has brought this matter continues to leave it hanging in the balance. And that member is none other than the member for Diego Martin Northeast. So may I inquire what is happening with that? Is it a pure case of laziness?
I'm not sure we could label it as that, but I've been advised that the...
I don't think he could tell me when to...
I'm advised that...
Camille that when she used to get up and ask?
Okay, I'm advised that the two matters which had been approved are not being pursued at this time to now. So, all right. Well, I suppose it's a matter that will run its course, and the standing orders, it will run the gamut of the standing orders and be dealt with appropriately.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect that the member for Diego Martin Northeast is running from the answer that he is sure to get, whether it's today or tomorrow, from the member for Faizabad. But we are prepared to deal with that when it comes, if ever it comes. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, May 22nd at 1:30 p.m. That day is Private Members' Day, and I kindly ask that the Chief Whip indicate to the House which motion we'll be pursuing on that day, please.
Honourable members.
I will speak to him in due course.
The question is that this House now stand adjourned to Friday, May 22nd at 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, May 22nd at 1:30 p.m. Good night, everyone.